successive. Ed è anche un'occasione privilegiata e preziosa, come abbiamo visto e come si vedrà anche nei prossimi giorni, per condividere i recenti risultati della ricerca e anche per riflettere sulle prospettive delle indagini future. Per questo appunto ringrazio gli organizzatori, a cui dico anche un grazie molto sentito per poter oggi aprire questa mattinata di studi, introducendo 2 lavori sui preziosi papiri latini conservati nella biblioteca. E il nostro primo relatore è Roger Macfarlane, professore di Classical Studies e Comparative Arts and Letters presso la Brigham Young University, presidente dell'American Friends of Herculaneum, membro del Centro Internazionale per lo Studio dei Papiri Ercolanesi Marcello Gigante. Roger Macfarlane è noto per il suo lavoro importantissimo a cui noi tutti siamo debitori sull'imaging multispettrale applicata ai papiri di Ercolano e al suo impegno ormai trentennale dedicato alle tecniche digitali per la lettura dei testi carbonizzati, ma non meno importante è il contributo dato anche allo studio, all'interpretazione dei testi, e in particolar modo dei testi latini conservati nei papiri ercolanesi, a cui appunto sta dedicando un lavoro per una futura edizione. Oggi terrà una relazione dal titolo New Light Readings of PHerc 21 in the Purported Discovery of Ennius, Annales at Herculaneum, e cedo a lui volentieri la parola.
Grazie dell'introduzione, grazie mille. È per me un grande onore essere qua con amici, con colleghi da tanti anni. Sono molto felice qua. Grazie. Ma io faccio la presentazione in inglese. The imaging of the Herculaneum papyri was done primarily by Brigham Young University in the first few years of this current century. We are proud of our accomplishment, and one of the sources of pride is the advance that we've been able to effect in expanding awareness of the content of the Latin papyri. Gianluca Del Mastro observed in his Croniche Ercolanesi piece in 2005 that before the BYU multispectral imaging project was undertaken, we estimated that there were 60 Latin papyri in the collection, and now, thanks to Gianluca's observations, we have at least 120. We're proud of this accomplishment. We're also proud of the significant accomplishments of our colleagues with the EDUS project, teaming with CISPE, of course, and the Biblioteca Nazionale. There has been a capacity for enhanced manipulation of the papyrus images, and markedly improved organization of the collection and presentation of the fragments and so forth, and the introduction of virtual 3D for the reading of fragments. The application of true multispectral imaging across the data sets is also a significant advance that's been accomplished with the careful application of great resources through the EDUS team in partnership with CISPE. In my opinion, one of the greatest advances of the study of the Latin papyri in the last decade has been the contribution made by Professor Valeria Piano, who was able to take this particular papyrus, PHerc 1067, from conjectured identification to certain identification by her reading the subscriptio of this difficult papyrus. I was present at the conference, or the Congresso in Barcelona when she presented this, and this is really a terrific contribution. I'd like to talk today about other discoveries or purported discoveries or readings of Latin papyri. And I need to preface what I will say about our friend Knut Kleve by saying that I thought he was an honorable person, a good scholar, and he accomplished many great things. But the identification of at least two of the Latin papyri that Professor Kleve published is problematic. I won't talk today about his identification of the Lucretius papyri. We have Daniel Delattre here, who's worked with that and others. But I would like to say a couple of things about Kleve's purported discovery of the Obolostates by Caecilius Statius. An important reading in Kleve's argument is the subscriptio, which he identifies on Cornice 8 of this papyrus. And I'm showing here on your right the critical passage, and I'm going to zoom in on it a little bit. On the left, Kleve, I show Kleve's own drawing of this critical passage, and then his abbreviated identification of the text, where you can see kaiki and then obolos and then ene, which is part of finerator in his reading. If you look on the BYU image on the right, it keeps moving a little bit, but there is, maybe I can show with my cursor's not showing it, but there is a very small O followed by a B in Kleve's reading. And I think this next one shows it more closely. Now, if you look at the O, you can see that it's considerably smaller in size than the letter that follows it. And in fact, on consultation of this in one of the binocular microscopes in the officina, I was able to determine that that is not a rounded stroke of ink, but instead a spot of ink with a little bit of sand in the middle of it. Now, the problem, a further problem with that particular reading is that the next time that I went to consult the fragment in the presence of our friend Marcello Gigante, the piece had broken loose and was no longer in place. So we have a reading that we can neither substantiate nor decline there. But this is a problematic result. In my considered opinion, I am certain that the subscriptio of PHerc 78, as given on Cornice 8, does not read Obolostates. Now, again, I think that Kleve had always good intentions as he was looking at the papyri. But I turn now to another example, and that is the treatment of PHerc 21. PHerc 21 was opened by Fackelmann in 1965, and Francesco Spordone published a piece in Parola del Passato in which he gave a report of Fackelmann's discovery. And Spordone included in his text, for the time, a fairly high resolution photograph, and then offered a reading of the text on this fragment. You can see from his publication on the right side his statement, propongo con estrema cautela e non poca incertezza l'esito della mia lettura. And then he offers several partial lines of the text from that fragment. When Clive came to treating PHerc 21 about 2.5 decades later, he observed that Spordone took the papyrus to be a sacral text. And you can see in the text that Spordone reads sanctum in the first line, and it seems that Spordone is backing up his observations with appropriate readings of the text. Clive continues, for a while we thought that the papyrus contained a Roman comedy. That was before, we came upon the Lus Pezzo 2, fragment 2, had observed the distinctio mark which ends a hexameter. Clive's reporting in that paragraph in his article in 1989, the sort of step-by-step process of discovery that, in his opinion, led to the identification of the papyrus as not a sacral text, but instead the text of Ennius Annales. At the moment of Clive's publication, or I guess at our present moment, we can report that the BYU team, Brigham Young University team, imaged all of the fragments of PHerc 21 that were then framed in 3 cornici in the Biblioteca Nazionale. Now, the EDUS team has imaged in 4 reorganized cornici the same collection of fragments. These were edited by Clive, and the result of Clive's edition was the transcription of 28 fragments, leading to 85 partial lines of text. There's no complete line of text. In all, 382 individual characters or letters, and of those 382, over 280 of them are dotted conjectures. So less than 100 of those 382 are undotted. So it's hard to say that Clive read this with great certainty. His result was a perceived alignment of 5 passages that agree with the Annales of Quintus Ennius as edited by Scutch. And of these, 1 he applies to Scutch's Sedis Incertae. The readings are highly conjectural. Marcello Gigante, at a conference here in Naples in 1994, expressed the extraordinary importance of the discovery of these Ennian verses, even if not a single one is complete. In the Herculaneum papyrus 4 years ago, this came as a remarkable relief. And Werner Surbaum had published already in 1994 one article responding, which I'll refer to in short time here today. An additional fragment assigned by Clive is a passage which is purported to be from the end of the 6th book of Ennius's Annales, for which there is no overlap with anything that Scutch has published. And that passage is especially problematic. Here is, just for a little bit of relief, the imaging of, or some pictures of the imaging performed by the EDUS team after they have carefully reorganized the fragments of the collection. This is what the collection looked like when BYU imaged it about 20 years earlier. Cleve points out that on loose pezzo number 2, fragment 2, we observe the distinctio which ends a hexameter. I follow the opinion of my graduate student, Aaron Olson, who said in his master's thesis, I am unable to find the distinction marks which Cleve mentions and which are scattered throughout his readings, nor the coronis which he has on his pezzo number 6. And I have looked for those myself and am not able to find them. Cleve reports, we discovered the text on loose pezzo 1, fragment 1, which with great probability links the papyrus with Ennius Annales, book 6. Now, what I would like to point out here is that going forward through his argument, all of Cleve's readings depend upon facsimile transcriptions of what he believes he saw on the text. Because when he was doing his research on this papyrus, there were no reliable photographs, no reliable photographic evidence that could really substantiate his readings. So on the left, we have one version of Cleve's facsimile transcription, and then a reconstruction of that, still by Cleve, and then an addition over on the right-hand side. And in my opinion, the readings are problematic. David Sider, when he reports on the importance of the discovery of Ennius in the Herculaneum papyri within his book, The Library of the Villa dei Papiri at Herculaneum from 2005, he is simply passing on the transcriptions or the facsimile drawings that Cleve drew when he was looking at the text himself. So what does the photographic evidence support? Here's a photograph, multispectral image from the BYU project, and I enhanced that with a little bit of my own tracing upon that. These are ink strokes that I can confirm to my satisfaction. And in the third line, or the fourth line here, I don't see the fourth letter that Cleve reports as a second R, from which he gets pharaoh, the ablative of the Latin noun ferrum. There's a problem, in my opinion, with the left margin on this. If we're looking at a left margin, Cleve lines all of the letters up, at least in the lines 3 and 4, so that they are at the same spot in the text. This is problematic. I'm going to show you quickly, though this will take some time to show in its entirety, something that is available to us if we're using digital images. What's happening is I'm moving through different portions of the histogram of this particular image. This is the best we could do with the BYU images at the time, because we were not performing actual multispectral imaging on many of these fragments, though we had the capacity to do it. The EDUCE team is able to capture in short order a wide range of different imaging spectra and capture those. Moving on. Objections that I have. Line 4 reading is tenuous. I think we're looking at a FEC fake, but I would still dot them, all three of those letters. In my opinion, pharaoh and then a new word beginning with N is not legible there, and it lacks an interpunct between these two words, which Cleve is relying upon. the end of line 2 is a little bit dicey, but I have a hard time agreeing with what has been presented. Same with the third piece that Clive presents, the tiny pezzo 1 from fragment 2, belonging to the same book. From this small fragment, Clive seems to derive this reading, which would overlie Annales 6, 188 to 89, but with every single letter dotted there and uncertain, I have a hard time supporting that reading personally. This fragment is more promising, and this is what Clive proposes as the longer fragment from the end of Ennius Annales, Book 6. But there is no complete word on here, and in the interest of time, I will say it's hard to support this reading, despite Clive's optimism, where he says, the distinctio markings of hexameter line ends, particularly text on this fragment, with great probability provide a further identification, and so forth. On the left is the educe image, undoctored. On the right is the BYU image of the same passage, the same fragment. And even though I personally see utility still in the BYU image on the right, I think there's greater clarity in the educe image, and we look forward to greater use, further use of this wonderful product that they are bringing forth. Skipping over some things at the end here, I will toss out that one reading of that fragment that I've just shown has an incomplete word, ruerunt, or something uerunt at the end. What I've offered here is, for whatever reason, this verb structure for third plural perfect active indicative tends to be more commonly represented in prose texts, which I'm representing up above. 235 hits on that ending in the Packard Humanities Institute. Of 235 hits on that, 95% are in prose texts, but the same verb form is well manifest as well in verse authors from Plautus to Ovid, Manilius, Statius, beyond. So there's no proof in that we're looking at a verse or a prose text in that longer fragment. My time is up. I'll steal just a few seconds, I hope, just a few, by observing or saying something about intentionality. Mario Capasso observed that Guido della Valle's work, in which he placed Lucretius in Pompeii, was perhaps done with a wistful desire to argue for maybe some national importance. Capasso uses this example to maybe explain why Knut Kleve was so eager to get Lucretius into the villa of the papyri. And I wonder if a similar interest was at work in his desire to establish Ennius and put the text of Ennius in the villa of the papyri. I think it's an honorable attempt, but I think to date we don't have sufficient evidence to be able to say with any degree of certainty that the text of PHerc 21 is the text of Ennius's Annales. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie per questa relazione veramente interessante e abbiamo una manciata di minuti per la discussione. Professor Amested?
Sì.
Thank you very much for your talk. Just the last piece which you discussed is certainly the most important in this question, and I wonder regarding the other lines which you have not presented. Do you consider them as verse or as prose?
I cannot see enough continuous text in anything in these fragments to let me say with any certainty that it's verse. I have not found anything on the longer fragment that could not be a spondy or could scan. It's possible that it will turn out to be hexameter, but it's also possible that it could just be prose. I don't see any metrical violation on that fragment.
Un'altra domanda.
Thank you very much, Roger, for your presentation, and I definitely agree with your skepticism in general. My question is about, it's a general question, about the kind of script of Latin papyri, because especially in PHerc 21, I mean, the script is not that formal, so it's not a literary writing, or at least is not so formal as the one that we find in the other two, certainly literary papyri, like PHerc 1000, so the Seneca papyrus and the Bello Axiaco. So I was wondering whether, I mean, what is your idea about this element that is an important element, I think, in order to...
Well, to address it through the lens of PHerc 817, the Carmen de Bello Axiaco, there we do seem to be looking at a very presentable text, one that has been made even more elegant than maybe circumstances demand. I guess I've been content with the possibility that PHerc 21 could appear more formal if we had more of it. But the hand does seem to be able to be pressed into service as a literary text, but I don't know. Thank you.
Altri interventi?
Thank you, Roger.
Hi, Mike.
Hi, it's good to see you. Could you say more about your conclusion? The last point you made about the fascist implications, and was there pressure to indicate that Lucretius or Ennius was at, or the work of Ennius was at the villa, and why would the fascists have wanted that? And then maybe what was that point you made about although he didn't like Mussolini?
Okay, so maybe having the word fascist on this slide is dangerous, a dog whistle or something like that. I don't know enough about Guido della Valle to be able to say with certainty that he was not trying to appeal to the fascist regime. In fact, Capasso's argument is that Della Valle was simply trying to make a point that the regime took hold of and tried to make additional hay from. That it was we can't ever say much about personal intentionality, but the argument that Capasso put forward was that Della Valle created an argument and supported it, and others took it and ran with it and tried to press it into service as a nationalizing topic. And then others may have later come along and said the fact that Lucretius is established in Herculaneum, in ancient Herculaneum, says even more about the particular site. Not to link it with fascism, but the fascists perhaps seized an opportunity there. I don't think that Knut Kleve or anybody else that has supported his argument is pursuing a fascist agenda, but there is a desire to find Ennius, this great master of Latin poetry, the father of a genre, and place that text anyway in the villa of the papyri. The statement that we may even have, this is from Kleve, we may even have Lucretius's own copy of Ennius right here in front of us in PHerc 21. I think that's very wishful and near unto impossible, because I don't think it's Ennius. But it'd be great if it were.
Roger, thanks for your talk. Brent Seals.
Recognize your voice.
Yeah, there you go, coming from above. And thank you for your kind mention of other work. It's just another demonstration of the friendship and collegiality of papyrology. I love that. Is there a chance that there might be part of this scroll, which was physically opened by Kleve, right, remaining somewhere in a cassette or another part of the collection, something that could be, for example, virtually unwrapped and might provide extra information about what actually is physically opened? Just wonder if you know that.
Well, certainly many of the fragments that are still there, that are in the trays, are multi-layered, and we could get underneath them. I don't know where the remaining pieces are. I don't think in those 3, now 4 trays, we have enough fragments to constitute an entire scroll. So yeah, before I go off on another tangent, I'll say, does that answer your question?
It sounds like you're setting up a treasure hunt for those of us who are interested in related fragments, and I'm happy to participate. So it sounds interesting.
Well, okay. So one of the key problems with the Oslo method is manifest in the state of PHerc 21. Hundreds of small pieces were created, chipped off without any particular context being preserved and so forth. That complicates things. I would like to hope that there are pieces of the same scroll that have not yet been opened through the Oslo method.
Bene, credo che sia arrivato il momento di passare al prossimo relatore. Grazie ancora. Grazie. Vai, accomodati.
Prendo un attimo.
Vai, ti do il tempo. Tanto procedo con la presentazione mentre la seconda relatrice della mattinata è Valeria Piano, professoressa di filologia greca e latina all'Università degli Studi di Firenze, membro del Comitato Scientifico Editoriale del Corpus dei Papiri Filosofici, studiosa di testi di testi filosofici conservati e restituicici dai papiri. Si occupa non solo, ma anche di orfismo e filosofia presocratica, ambiti ai quali dedicato importanti studi. Merita di essere qui ricordata il lavoro critico sul papiro di Derveni. E non meno però importanti e non certo di minore rilevanza sono anche i contributi che Valeria Piano ha dato allo studio, all'interpretazione dei testi conservati dai papiri ercolanesi. A lei si devono, tra le altre cose, l'edizio princeps del papiro di Ercolano 1067, che un testo nel quale lei ha riconosciuto per la prima volta parte dell'opera storica di Seneca padre, e una nuova parziale edizione del Carmen de Bello Aziaco, restituitoci dal papiro di Ercolano 817. E proprio di questo papiro ci parlerà oggi con una relazione dal titolo PHerc 817, Bibliological and Textual Insights. Le cedo volentieri la parola.
Grazie mille Margherita, grazie davvero al comitato organizzativo e a tutti gli amici che hanno organizzato e reso possibile questo importante incontro di studi. Sono davvero contenta di essere qui. Chiedo scusa anche ai colleghi native speaker in English, perché la mia presentazione sarà evidentemente in inglese. So, although my research interests primarily concern philosophical papyri, today I will discuss a non-philosophical papyrus, namely PHerc 817, known as Carmen de Bello Aziaco, or more correctly, Egyptiaco. It indeed contains an unattributed Latin poem in hexameters, which deals with the final stages of Octavian's Egyptian campaign and Cleopatra's suicide. Research on this papyrus has been greatly advanced by the ERC project Platinum, coordinated by Maria Chiara Scappaticcio, and within that framework, Olga Resler and I have independently studied the papyrus and subsequently published our results in a joint article in Cronache Ercolanesi 2020. Subsequently, a new edition of the text by Scappaticcio and myself has been published in the new corpus of the Latin text on papyrus, CLTP, published for the Cambridge University Press in 2025. This edition represents a significant advance over its predecessors and provides an updated point of reference for future research. Nevertheless, there is still room for improvements. First, the edition does not include the scorze, and as it's not a complete edition, the most comprehensive edition remains that published by Garuti in 1958. Secondly, several aspects of the reconstructed text can still be refined, as I attempted to show in Piano 2026. With a view towards a new complete edition, I would therefore like to discuss some of the provisional results that emerged after the completion of the CLTP edition. I will articulate my presentation into three sections. First, I will examine the anatomy of the roll with particular attention to its possible original length. Secondly, I will, after briefly reviewing the major novelties implied by the reconstruction of the midollo, I will focus on the fragments that has yielded perhaps the most significant new insights, namely column minus 16 as Lerpiano, preserved in the papyrus piece classified as fragment 8. Finally, in the third part, I will turn briefly to the so-called fragmenta minora and their contents in an attempt to determine whether the sequence of events which can tentatively be reconstructed from some of them is compatible with a poem originally conceived as a monobiblos. So let's start with the anatomy of the roll. Of the 23 pieces of papyrus survived of PHerc 817, 10 pieces constitute the midollo. They are classified as fragments 10, 7, 8, and fragments from column 1 to column 8. 13 pieces are instead the so-called fragmenta minora. They are the scorze of the roll and are classified as fragments 1 to 6 and A to G. In addition, 6 drawings from the Oxonian series reproduce papyrus layers connected with preserved scorze that were destroyed during the process of scorzatura. The midollo consists of a sequence of 17 columns that can be reconstructed through the virtual relocation of all the main fragments. From the midollo, part of approximately 130 hexameters survives, some of which are extremely fragmentary. Nevertheless, this reconstruction shed lights on the organization of the contents across a substantial portion of the roll, extending from approximately its midpoint, as will become clear shortly, to its end. And in table 1 of the handout, you have more or less the articulation of contents in the midollo. The sequence of 17 columns reconstructed in Esler piano, extending from columns -17 to column -1, have occupied approximately 3.5 meters of papyrus. We do not know how many verses each column originally contained on average. However, comparisons with other coeval literary papyri suggest that each column may originally have contained between 33 and 22 hexameters. Hayter favored the former estimates, which I likewise consider more probable. Accordingly, the 17 reconstructed columns would have contained more or less approximately between 380 and 550 hexameters, with the higher figure, so more or less 500 hexameters, being more consistent with the limited comparative evidence provided by other Latin papyri of the same period. In the catalogue, dated in 1782, the papyrus is described as follows. Altro pezzo di papiro compresso per lungo e sfogliato, di lunghezza once 4.4 quinti, corresponding to 10.5 centimeters, e di diametro maggiore once 2.1 quinto, corresponding to 4.9 centimeters. Given the recorded major diameter of 409 centimeters, the outermost circumference of the roll must have measured less than 15.4 centimeters. Indeed, this would have been the width of the outermost circumference of a perfectly cylindrical roll having a major diameter of 4.9 centimeters. But since PHerc 817 is described as compresso per lungo, and not as a heavily flattened roll, so it's not described as schiacciato a tavoletta, may be an appropriate coefficient to estimate the outermost circumference should fall somewhere between 2.5 and 3.14. And in my view, a coefficient of 2.8 or 2.9 would yield an outermost circumference between 13.7 and 14.2 centimeters, figures that in my view are plausible for the outermost circumference of this roll. An outermost circumference of about 14 centimeters would be compatible with several material considerations. Let me just say that the portion of papyrus extending from the outermost circumference of the midollo that Holger and I have reconstructed, that measures 10.2 centimeters, and a circumference of about 14 centimeters would amount to approximately 3 meters of papyrus. So given the average width of a column in PHerc 817, a section of papyrus measuring around 3 meters in length would have accommodated more or less further 12 or 14 columns. Therefore, the original roll may have been slightly less than 7 meters in length at least, so approximately twice the length of the portion reconstructed in Esler piano. On these assumptions, PHerc 817 may originally have contained may originally consisted of around 30 columns and contained close to 900 hexameters at least. Although presented here merely as a working hypothesis, this estimate seems to me compatible with the surviving fragments. At the end of my paper, I will briefly consider whether this role constitutes the poem's only book or whether it originally formed part of a larger work. So now let's focus on the contents on the midollo and on column -16. In addition to provide a continuous sequence of 17 columns, the reconstruction of the midollo offered two major novelties. First, the new placement of fragment 7. Second, a new reconstruction of fragment 12 beta Garuti corresponding to our column -16, which is at the beginning of the midollo. Both novelties imply not minor changes in the reconstruction of the plot. The table printed in point 1 of the handout reproduced the sequence of topics in the midollo, and as you can see, the new placement of fragment 7, or better, of all its papyrus layers between the pieces classified as column 2 and column 3, provides a much more satisfactory explanation for the transition between these two columns, which previous editors regarded as excessively abrupt. Indeed, some of the scant textual remains preserved in fragment 7, some of them are reproduced in T2 of the handout, fit well with the scene that followed the fall of Pelusium, that is the topic of column 2, and served as a bridge to the subsequent narrative preserved from column 3 onward. Unfortunately, I have to skip this part due to time constraints, but we can turn back to this in the discussion. I would like rather to focus on the other main novelty of the reconstructed midollo, namely Esler's revised reconstruction of Garuti's fragment 12 beta, corresponding to our column -16. The new reconstruction of this column introduces substantial innovation, which led Scappaticcio to propose that the column containing a dialogue in which one of the speakers acknowledges his or her defeat refers to the agreement between Octavian and Cleopatra that led to the fall of Pelusium. The betrayal of the city is clearly recorded by the ancient sources, as you can read in the passage from Cassius Dio quoted in T3 of the handout. Scappaticccio's text of our column -16 is quoted instead in T4 of the handout. The previous interpretation of the text regarded this column as a dialogue between Antony and Cleopatra as they planned their escape. However, expressions in the new edition like cedimus, verse 6 at the very beginning, so we yield or we withdraw, as well as the very probable reference to the mildness of the punishment in line 9, make Scappaticccio's hypothesis, namely that the dialogue is instead between Cleopatra and Octavian, compelling. According to this interpretation, lines 6-8, and I read the translate, "See, the Pelusian land lies open, the Nile offers you the way, and it is empty for you all its flow. May you go through the Emetian cities, wine is spread out with vigor," unquote. So this text refers not to the escape of the two, but rather to Cleopatra's betrayal, by which she guarantees the surrender of Pelusium and the free passage to Octavian through the Egyptian cities in exchange for lenient treatment. Before returning to the broader interpretation of this column, I would like to make a few textual observations. They are all reported in the critical apparatus under T4, and they are discussed on pages 2 and 3 of my handout. So let's start with the end of verse 8, where I believe that Esler's restoration prenditur instead of Scappaticccio's tenditur is to be preferred, prendimur, also because it fits better the lacuna. In addition, instead of a reference to the wind Eurus at the very end of the line, Eurus was already tentatively proposed by Holger on the basis of traces that he interpreted as a U and a possible apex, and we are here. So this is the rest of the E, and as you can see, nothing can be seen after. So, instead of Eurus, I would suggest restoring Ensis, Suor. This point of the papyrus is very poorly preserved, and I can see only small traces of the upper part of the E. What has been interpreted as an apex could equally be physical damages to the papyrus, and in the light of these uncertainties, and given the difficulties posed by an expression like "we are seized by the force of the wind Eurus," I'm inclined, albeit cautiously, to prefer the restoration Ensis, so vi prendimur Ensis. As you can read on page 2 of my handout, that would be we are taken by the force of the sword, so we are conquered. The expression vi Ensis finds a parallel, even though in a late antique literature, in an hexametric epigram of the Antologia Latina dealing with Mirra, often inspired by Ovid's episode of Metamorphosis, and it is quoted at the end of page 2 of my handout. Let's skip to verse 9. So this is the Oxonian disegno. This is of the previous fragment. This would have been prendimur, and this is the rest of the E. But let's go to the beginning of verse 9. The reading ni of the verb sint seems problematic to me. Here you have S, E, I, and then this would be the rest of the N. And after you have traces of H, traces of O, traces of D, of hodie. Sint hodie pene lenis. So the reading N in Sint seems problematic to me. In Esler piano, it is indeed printed with a subdot. Moreover, the restoration Sint hodie appears, in my view, somewhat too long. A new direct inspection of the papyrus, together with the infrared images kindly provided by Brent Seals and Federica Nicolardi, has reinforced my doubts, since I can discern part of a slightly curved trace here. I would rather read cis or sic instead of sint. A further problem concerns lenis, which in the CLTP edition we interpreted as a nominative plural. In Piano 2026, I was able to identify a single possible parallel for a nominative plural ending in is, namely the passage from Varro quoted at the end of page 2 of the handout. But I must admit, however, that I'm not entirely convinced by this hypothesis, so by the hypothesis of interpreting pene lenis, like mild punishments. If the verb is not sint, pene lenis may instead be interpreted as a phrase referring to Octavian, consisting of the noun pene, genitive singular, and the adjective lenis, nominative singular, with the meaning of mild in punishment. A parallel may be found in Statius, in the passage from the Thebaid, cited at the beginning of page 3 of the handout, where the expression lenis belli, mild in warfare, is a parallel for our pene lenis, and belli is interpreted as a genitive and not as a locative by the Thesaurus Linguae Latinae and the Oxford Latin Dictionary. On this basis, I will tentatively reconstruct the verse as you can read at the bottom of page 2 of the handout. Sis odie pene lenis precor, be lenient with the punishment today, I pray you. Finally, the end of the same verse, I would reconstruct the end of verse 9 differently. The restoration that you can read in T4, ululavit, was proposed by Scappaticcio in 2021 in the article cited in the bibliography, and was subsequently adopted by us in the CLTP edition. Scappaticcio devotes considerably attention to the interpretation of this expression and referred to Cleopatra, and concludes that if UL at the end of the verse is correct, ululavit is the only viable restoration. The reading itself is uncertain. It was proposed by Garuti, and it is printed with its subdot in Lerpiano. The papyrus is lost at this point, so the reading depends entirely on the Oxford drawing that you can see reproduced in the slides. And more particularly here, you have Ek. You can see my cursor, right? No. Unfortunately not. Sorry. Okay. Sorry for that. So here you have Ek, and then you have the U, and then this will be traces of the L. So you can see that it is extremely uncertain, and what is visible, if part of the same papyrus layer in this drawing, is compatible also with other letters, like the lower stroke of a B. So I therefore propose, handout page 3, instead of Ek ululavit, Ek ubi dixit, ad movitque manus genibus. So when she said, Cleopatra said these things, and moved her arms through the knees, reassured from the said words, she goes away. A similar clausula can be found in Orazio Satire 2.697, quoted on page 3 of the handout, and where you can find, instead of Ek ubi dixit, Ek ubi dicta. And that's all for as far as textual notes are concerned. As for the general interpretation of this column, I would simply add that a reference to the betrayal of Pelusium fits very well with the position of this column, namely our column minus 16, because after more or less 40 verses, we find the concluding portion of two columns which deal with the fall of Pelusium. So the betrayal of Pelusium in that part of the column of the role would be extremely well positioned. Neither Plutarch nor Cassius Dio records a meeting between Cleopatra and Octavian. Cassius Dio does, however, mention a series of negotiations among Octavian, Antony, and Cleopatra, negotiations which led also to the betrayal of Pelusium, although he consistently refers to messengers as the agents who physically conducted those negotiations. As Mario Citroni suggested during a conference discussion, nevertheless, it is possible that the poet invented the scene in which this negotiation might have been conducted directly by Octavian and Cleopatra. Now, in my few minutes remaining, I would like to present my hypothesis concerning the sequence of contents in the portion of the roll that precedes the midollo, where the scorze and their associated disegni must be placed. The bibliometric measurements published in Lerpiano suggest that fragment 8, containing the possible reference to Cleopatra's betrayal, was preceded by fragments 5 and 6. Their small size make it difficult to determine their relative order. In addition, 4 Oxford drawings must be associated with the fragments 5 and 6. Each of these drawings contains the transcription of papyrus layers that originally lay above these fragments and were subsequently destroyed after being copied in order to expose the underlying layers. These drawings correspond to Garuti's fragment 8-9 and 13-14, whose surviving scorze are respectively represented by fragment 5 and fragment 6. Accordingly, immediately before fragment 8, we must place 2 groups of fragments. The first corresponds to fragments 7 to 9, the second to fragments 13 15 Garuti. Their internal sequence, proceeding from the outermost to the innermost layer, is almost certainly fragment 15, 14, 13 Garuti, and then fragment 7, 9, 8 Garuti. As I have already noted, while the sequence within each group is virtually certain, the order in which the two groups themselves originally occurred is much less secure, but they are just before fragment 8. As you can see from pages 3-4 of the handout, where all these fragments have been quoted, the textual remains preserved in these fragments seems largely related to a naval defeat. This arises more clearly from fragment 7, Garuti, that is our piece fragment 5, where you can read in T5 of the handout text expressions referring to the ships being burnt, like ure retunda compage carine, probably with the help of the winds. And you have in verse 2, flantibus or sufflantibus austris. On this basis, Garuti connected them to the defeat Antony underwent at Paretonium and at Pharos. The naval defeat at Paretonium, where Cornelius Gallus burned and sank Antony's ships, is described by Cassius Dio, text 6 in the handout, while the episode of Pharos by Orosius in text 8 of the handout. Given that it is impossible to determine with certainty which of the two groups originally came first, we may tentatively speculate that the Carmen presented the same sequence of events: Paretonium, probably Pharos, the betrayal of Pelusium, Octavian capture of Pelusium. These remain, of course, only a possibility, but what can be stated with confidence is that these two groups of fragments, which certainly deal with the naval defeat, were located immediately before fragment 8, that is before column minus 16. The last group of fragments to which I wanted to draw your attention is the one consisting of Garuti's fragments 1 to 3. They are quoted in T9 of the handout, and more particularly on fragment 2. Due to time constraints, I will skip these remarks, but let me just say that, as you can see on fragment 2, it deals with sacred ceremonies, probably organized by a female, so maybe by Cleopatra, and this fragment fits well with the episode narrated by Cassius Dio in the passage quoted in T10 of the handout. Concerning Cleopatra's return to Egypt from Peloponnese, staging fictitious celebrations after the defeat at Actium. In a brilliant article published in 2021, Carlo Martino Lucarini, after noticing the possible correspondence between the order of some of the Fragmenta Minora as published in Es dell'Erpiano and the sequence of some topics reconstructed by Garuti for the Carmen, raised the question of where Garuti's fragment 2 should be placed within the original sequence of these fragments. As you can see from the table printed in T11 of the handout and reproduced in this slide, which summarizes the sequence of topics in the scorze immediately preceding the midollo, fragment F, together with the other two fragments, so 3 and 2 Garuti, should be placed before fragments 5 and 6 on the naval defeat. So, despite the many uncertainties and reservations that this table inevitably entails, I would like to emphasize the remarkable convergence between Garuti's interpretation of some Fragmenta Minora based solely on historical sources and the position assigned to the same fragments on bibliometric grounds. If the reconstruction presented in this table is plausible, it allows us to form some idea of the way in which the narrative unfolded in the portion of the poem preceding the capture of Pelusium, a section that may account for almost 2/3 of the original role. Such a reconstruction, although highly uncertain in many of its details, potentially enables us to trace the narrative back as far as the fictitious celebration staged by Cleopatra upon her return to Egypt in an attempt to conceal the defeat at Actium. What originally preceded remain even more uncertain. Nevertheless, given the amount of the still unplaced fragments, many of which preserve multiple papyrus layers, the amount of text missing between this point and the beginning of the roll cannot have been insignificant. We may therefore suggest that the entire poem was contained in a single roll, especially if we accept, as the surviving evidence seems to indicate, that the poem focused not on axiom itself, but rather on its aftermath. If this hypothesis is correct, then we may indeed be dealing with what the humanist Angelo De Sembrio described as an opusculum metricum, a phrase suggestive of a relatively short poem, on the bellum nauticum between Octavian and Antony and Cleopatra, a poem whose opening line was Arma tumque canemus adducem belloque cruentam Egyptum, seeing Muse, the armed commander, and the Egypt made bloody by war. Thank you.
Grazie per questa relazione ricca, chiara. Credo che il tempo sia molto poco, forse per una domanda o se no...
Grazie Valeria per una presentazione molto interessante. Vorrei rivedere rapidamente il disegno dove tu hai restituito Haec ubi dixit. Nella fotografia sembra che esiste la traccia di un beta che non si dovrebbe mettere in punto, perché si vede lì. Mi ricordo che leggevo col microscopio anche i disegni con buoni risultati nel passato. Grazie mille.
Grazie mille Richard, grazie a te.
Bene, allora rimandiamo le ulteriori domande davanti a un caffè.
Grazie mille.
Grazie a te.
Allora, buongiorno a tutti, credo che siano più o meno tutti rientrati. Apriamo con una sessione che non è dedicata esclusivamente ai papiri, ma li prende un po' di lato. Poiché so che dobbiamo rispettare i tempi assolutamente, chiamo immediatamente il professor Antonio De Simone. Non avrebbe in realtà bisogno di presentazioni in una sede come questa, ma ricordo soltanto ai più giovani che archeologo, ha insegnato sia qui alla Federico II che a Suor Orsola Benincasa, dove continua a insegnare per quel che mi diceva, ha diretto gli scavi della Villa dei Papiri e ha portato alla luce una ampia parte dell'edificio e ha rivelato soprattutto che la villa era distribuita su più livelli. La sua presentazione è intitolata La Villa dei Papiri, bilanci e prospettive. Prego Antonio.
Grazie Paola, anzitutto grazie agli amici che mi hanno invitato a questa conversazione, preferisco io dire, che svolgo con un minimo di emozione, considerando che poi queste grosse attività ti coinvolgono anche da un punto di vista personale. A circa 30 anni dalla conclusione dello scavo, che dal 1992 al 1998 interessò un settore della Villa dei Papiri esplorato a cielo aperto, mi è sembrato opportuno proporre una riflessione anche per individuare delle prospettive future, quindi riassumere il passato ma come al solito sempre nella previsione di un futuro che queste attività devono avere. La distanza temporale intercorrente, secondo me, consente di valutare con maggiore equilibrio il significato di quell'intervento, che comunque, lo ricordo con serenità, suscitò anche molte polemiche, e di verificare quanto le interpretazioni allora formulate abbiano poi trovato conferma nelle ricerche e negli studi successivi. E il titolo della relazione, Bilanci e prospettive, nasce appunto da questa duplice esigenza: valutare il passato ma nella previsione del futuro. E parlare di bilancio significa interessarsi sui risultati allora conseguiti, e dobbiamo riconoscere che questo scavo degli anni 90 ha restituito nuovi e significativi dati sulla topografia della villa, sulla sua articolazione architettonica, sui rapporti che la villa ha con il suburbio ercolanese, ma soprattutto con il fronte a mare della città. E inoltre questo scavo ha consentito allora di acquisire elementi che hanno profondamente modificato la conoscenza del monumento e che in tanta misura hanno trovato conferma negli studi successivi. Anzitutto, parlare di prospettive significa ricordare che quello scavo era stato progettato e pensato non come un intervento concluso in se stesso. Si trattava del primo segmento di un programma molto più ampio di ricerca destinato a svilupparsi nel tempo. Sono note le ragioni che ne hanno determinato l'interruzione, non è questo certo la sede per ripercorrere queste tappe. Resta tuttavia il fatto che l'esplorazione della villa si è arrestata quando aveva appena iniziato a mostrare alcune delle potenzialità conoscitive future e più promettenti. A distanza di 30 anni possiamo formulare una considerazione che può apparire paradossale solo in apparenza. Lo scavo ha prodotto risultati importanti non solo e non tanto per ciò che allora ha portato alla luce, ma anche per ciò che ha consentito di intravedere oltre i limiti dell'area effettivamente esplorata. In altre parole, il carattere necessariamente parziale di quell'intervento non rappresenta un limite della ricerca, costituisce anche la ragione per cui molte delle domande fondamentali allora poste rimangono ancora oggi aperte e indicano quella che può essere una strada futura di ricerca e di studi. Vorrei soffermarmi su alcuni aspetti, i risultati che lo scavo ha consentito di acquisire, le verifiche che tali risultati hanno ricevuto nel corso degli anni successivi e le prospettive, appunto, che a mio giudizio continuano ad aprirsi per la ricerca archeologica e in tanta parte anche per la ricerca papirologica. E infine porre una osservazione che mi sembra doverosa per quello che sono i problemi legati alla conservazione e alla valorizzazione del sito. Non abbiamo la smania di volere scavare ad ogni forzo. Attraverso lo scavo vogliamo conseguire nuove conoscenze nella prospettiva di offrire queste conoscenze ad un pubblico sempre più vasto. Quando nel 1992 fu avviato lo scavo a cielo aperto della villa, uno dei primi problemi era di verificare sul terreno le conoscenze tramandate dalla esplorazione settecentesca e chiarire una serie di problemi che erano aperti nella visione di una ricostruzione e di una conoscenza più adeguata e veritiera della villa stessa. Un primo dato di grande rilievo è quello che ha riguardato e per tanti parti riguarda ancora la sostanziale attendibilità della documentazione prodotta dagli ingegneri borbonici, di fatto poi riassunti in modo mirabile nella celebre pianta Weber, che a tutti quanti noi è ben nota. Pur con le inevitabili approssimazioni dovute alla modalità di esplorazione per cunicoli, la pianta si rivelò come un strumento straordinariamente affidabile per la ricostruzione dell'impianto della villa. Lo scavo moderno che noi allora effettuammo non solo ne confermò numerosi elementi, ma consentì di comprenderne meglio il significato architettonico e per tanti versi anche topografico. Accanto a questa verifica emerse con chiarezza un aspetto che avrebbe assunto un'importanza crescente negli anni successivi, e cioè la complessità planimetrica ma soprattutto altimetrica del monumento. Una osservazione molto veloce, ma parlo con un pubblico di studiosi che vive con me gli stessi problemi e lo stesso stupore. Questa era la ricostruzione della villa come ci era tramandata sulla base delle esplorazioni settecentesche. Questa ricostruzione tridimensionale, che è opera della Zarmacupi, se ricordo bene, ci fa vedere invece come la villa effettivamente dovesse essere. Qualcuno si può chiedere, dice, ma gli scavatori borbonici erano così inattendibili o ingenui da ritenere che questa fosse la villa e non sono andati avanti nella ricerca? C'è da dire che le falde acquifere che invadono il sottosuolo hanno avuto un mutamento notevole dopo il terremoto del 1980, quindi c'è stato uno sprofondamento della falda. Questo per dire che nel Settecento e fino al 1980 il livello di calpestio del piano nobile, dove sono stati ritrovati i papiri, costituiva il tetto di una falda acquifera che successivamente è sprofondata e quindi ha dato a noi la possibilità di riscoprire una nuova realtà e farci capire come invece questa villa fosse effettivamente configurata. Ed è stato proprio la individuazione di questi livelli inferiori che è stato uno dei risultati più significativi dello scavo. Questa articolazione apriva una prospettiva completamente nuova per la comprensione dell'architettura della villa, ma soprattutto, e insisto molto, dei rapporti con il litorale antico. La villa, se ricordo bene, qualche studioso l'aveva definito una villa pseudo-suburbana per la vicinanza con il resto della città, e questa immagine è ulteriormente confermata anche perché con lo scavo, che era un risultato onestamente non atteso, noi abbiamo trovato in questo punto una progradazione notevole della costa con la attestazione di un complesso che giustamente la Guidobaldi, che io citerò e che segnalo con molta ammirazione nel corso di questa mia relazione, poi ha voluto puntualizzare che il cosiddetto complesso dei rilievi dionisiaci ritrovati in questa zona risulta ad oggi essere il più grande complesso architettonico dell'antica Ercolano. Lo sviluppo di questo settore, che era una realtà inaspettata dallo scavo che noi compimmo, ci fa capire come fosse giusta la definizione di una villa pseudo-suburbana, perché la villa è materialmente attaccata al resto dell'abitato. Non meno interessanti e notevoli sono stati i risultati relativi agli apparati decorativi. Sebbene le devastazioni prodotte dalla esplorazione settecentesca avessero compromesso ampie porzioni delle strutture, le indagini moderne permisero di acquisire nuovi elementi per la ricostruzione degli schemi decorativi e della storia del monumento. Basterebbe a questo proposito citare la conferma di alcune cose che Murman aveva già intravisto prima della ripresa del nostro scavo e a una serie di puntualizzazioni che a margine dei lavori compiuti da Maria Pia Guidobaldi sono stati poi compiuti da Domenico Esposito. Ed è sintomatico il fatto che l'esplorazione che noi abbiamo potuto condurre ha ribadito, ha indicato per la verità con grande certezza un dato che era stato anticipato dallo studio dei primi frammenti pittorici recuperati nel corso della esplorazione settecentesca, e cioè una datazione del secondo stile e della struttura attorno al decennio 50-60 a.C., che è il periodo pieno nel quale la villa viene realizzato. C'è da dire che particolari significati assunsero anche i ritrovamenti scultorei della villa. In sala c'è Mario Grimaldi, no? che mi era vicino nei giorni in cui abbiamo avuto l'avventura di scavare queste cose molto belle, e qui vediamo la cosiddetta era borghese che nella immagine precedente abbiamo visto al momento dello scavo, restaurata, e poi l'altra scultura, una testa di Amazzone che io riconduco ad un originale policleteo, che comunque ci fanno capire che l'ampia documentazione di sculture recuperata nel Settecento non è ancora da considerare completa, cioè ben altre cose la villa nasconde al suo insieme. Mi fa piacere anche ribadire la giustezza di una affermazione che allora avevamo condotto sulla riconduzione della cosiddetta era borghese ad un probabile originale agoracriteo, e invece poi la testa dell'Amazzone che, come dicevo, abbiamo rimandato a Policleto. Io guardo che mancano solo 6 minuti, avrei da raccontare tante cose. Volevo però fare queste considerazioni che mi sembrano importanti. La villa ha un'unica fase costruttiva e il fatto che la villa si è conservata fino al 79 nella stessa dimensione e configurazione che la villa aveva al momento della costruzione, considerando addirittura che continuano a sussistere al 79 la decorazione, è indice della coscienza che il proprietario aveva della antichità e della importanza della struttura. E questa realtà ha pochi confronti, pochi riferimenti. Io lo sto vivendo in questi giorni perché stiamo chiudendo finalmente un'altra opera importante, che è il salvataggio, il restauro del mosaico di Alessandro Magno. Mi sembra importante sottolineare che poche dimore hanno gelosamente conservato per più di un secolo il patrimonio originario. Diventa indizio di una cosa importante, che i proprietari non avevano subito il fascino di falsi ammodernamenti che colpiscono tante altre città. Quindi la coscienza che il proprietario ha della importanza della dimora in cui lui vive. In 30 anni che cosa si è confermato? Lo schema plano volumetrico che noi avevamo immaginato, una articolazione per 4 livelli, estesa fino alla spiaggia. Ancora, altra cosa importante che volevo sottolineare è il confronto immediato che noi abbiamo istituito e che il tempo ha confermato negli schemi planimetrici della struttura. Io qui pongo accanto alla Villa dei Papiri altre 2 strutture, ma altre se ne potrebbero aggiungere. Perché queste altre 2 strutture? Semplicemente per il fatto che ho avuto la fortuna di lavorare in queste altre 2 strutture. Parlo della Villa Arianna a Stabia e parlo della Villa dei Misteri. Che cosa mi fa piacere osservare? È che noi abbiamo un distributivo planimetrico di ambienti a uguale funzione. Un peristilio attorno al quale si svolge un grosso ambiente che io impropriamente chiamerei dieta e che, nonostante si tratti di un termine improprio, è comunque più appropriato di quello che parecchi di noi ancora usano di atrio. Questo non è un atrio, questo è un salone che rimanda ad una sorta di ambulatio colonnata che è la premessa al godimento del panorama. Questo rimanda ad una cosa importante, al fatto che chi progettava queste case aveva la coscienza di creare un nuovo paesaggio, quindi non solo di utilizzare le capacità paesaggistiche della struttura, ma di creare di fatto un altro paesaggio. Ma ancora, la cosa che a me sembra ancora più importante è che in questo ambiente noi abbiamo trovato i resti di una menade pertinente ad una megalografia. È evidentemente un grande triclinio che fa il paio con quello che succede con Villa dei Misteri soprattutto. Anche qui noi abbiamo questo grosso ambiente accanto al quale c'è poi il grande ciclo dionisiaco in un triclinio. Sono una sorta di lemmi, di modelli compositivi che si ripetono e già questo anticipa un tema che gli studiosi che sono venuti dopo poi hanno voluto sviluppare, al quale io aderisco con grande entusiasmo. Siamo nei confronti di un esempio, forse il massimo in Villa di Papiri, di quella che è la luxuria asiatica, che si sviluppa nella sistemazione dei grandi complessi nel corso del II secolo e che invece nel I secolo a.C. viene poi rivissuto in forma di edilizia privata. Che cosa hanno in comune queste strutture? È la costruzione a basis ville. Anche qui ci torna in aiuto il confronto di Villa dei Papiri con Villa Arianna. Villa Arianna fino alla fine degli anni '80 noi non ne conoscevamo questa articolazione. Si è svelata nel momento in cui siamo stati incaricati di consolidare l'intera collina che stava scivolando verso mare e facendo la pulizia, facendo un poco di scavo lungo il pendio, sono venute fuori queste strutture che prefigurano quelle che sono ancora nascoste per la Villa dei Papiri, ma che certamente ci sono. Prefigurando questo schema plano-volumetrico di un articolo, questa è per tanta parte immaginata per Villa dei Papiri, questa invece è quella reale che abbiamo potuto scavare, osservare e disegnare per quello che riguarda invece la Villa di Arianna. Quindi costruzioni aperte al paesaggio che colloquiano con la realtà splendida della Baia di Napoli e che creano un nuovo paesaggio. Al completamento della visione della luxuria asiatica poi si innesta il tema della presenza della biblioteca. La biblioteca in questa realtà è pienamente contestualizzata. Poi qui riprendo un tema che mi è particolarmente caro. Io con il giallo non mi guardate, ho bisogno di altri 5 minuti. No, voglio dire, io ho avuto con tutti voi papirologi sempre la possibilità di un rapporto profondamente amicale e di tanto vi ringrazio, ancor prima dell'apporto scientifico che deriva da un rapporto con voi. Siete e vi sento amici nella scia del nostro grande maestro, al cui ricordo comunque noi associamo tante altre persone. Noi non dimentichiamo la presenza di un Peppino Maggi, non dimentichiamo la presenza di una Giuseppina Cerulli, che ci hanno preceduto, ci aspettano dall'altra parte certamente per continuare da vicino i nostri discorsi. Allora, quante volte ne abbiamo parlato con Gianluca, con Francesco, con Mario Capasso, che manco c'è più, no? Sulla distribuzione del rinvenimento dei papiri. Queste cose noi le conoscevamo come stanche annotazioni a finalità burocratica e fiscale nella documentazione settecentesca. Lo scavo subdivo di una parte della villa ci ha fatto capire delle dinamiche, ci ha di fatto rivelato una nuova realtà. Allora, questa distribuzione, che è un frutto del lavoro vostro, del quale io vi ringrazio, poi rimandano a che cosa? Che i papiri, questa è la stanza detta la biblioteca, sono stati ritrovati in diverse giaciture, in armadi portatili, in ceste di vimini, sparsi per terra. Qualcuno aveva anche detto che questo era un piano nobile dove gli antichi ercolanesi si sdraiavano e si leggevano il papiro. No, molto semplicemente questa distribuzione rimanda ad una realtà diversa. Nella avanzata del magma eruttivo queste persone cercavano di salvare il salvabile. Non potevano mettersi sulle spalle le statue perché non ce l'avrebbero fatta. I papiri sì. I papiri andavano salvati perché erano il cuore della villa, ma erano anche una realtà che da un punto di vista venale era di grande significato. Allora, è come se, vedete, il ritrovamento dei papiri rimanda ad una sorta di itinerario, percorso, che fino a qui è noto. Poi qui con l'aiuto di mio figlio abbiamo fatto i discorsi con le freccette tratteggiate per far capire che è ipotetico, per dire che cosa? Che si cercava di portare questi materiali lungo la spiaggia, perché la spiaggia poteva essere il punto di salvezza, e un'affermazione del genere è pienamente coerente con una articolazione della villa su più piani, quale quella noi abbiamo trovato. Cerco di andare rapidamente alle conclusioni. È ovvio, la villa è una realtà complessa. Questa è l'area nota, questa è l'area di scavo della villa, questa è la realtà della conurbazione di Ercolano. C'è stata secondo me una scelta molto importante attorno agli anni 2004-2007 con la esecuzione di uno studio da parte di Vieri Quilici e di Giovanni Longobardi. Cara Francesca, mi fa piacere ricordare quella tua bellissima nota dove tu contestualizzi la realtà delle nuove prospettive nella storia complessiva dello scavo della villa. Io ne ho fatto sangue e succo e ogni tanto me la vado a rileggere, perché c'è la ricostruzione completa dello scavo della villa. E ovviamente questi due studiosi, oltre che ottimi architetti, poi pongono un problema di studiare che cosa? La successiva sistemazione, la successiva ripresa dello scavo, dicendo che il vero problema è quello di inserire questa parte ancora da scavare all'interno di una realtà complessa, delicata, come è la città moderna di Ercolano. Ovviamente la chiusura al pubblico di questa ampia area scavata ha acuito una degenerazione del sistema complessivo di conservazione. Vale a dire, se tu scavi una cosa e la apri al pubblico, poi sei obbligato a mantenerla. Se non la apri al pubblico e la lasci chiusa, considerando comunque che è difficile tenerla aperta, poi più facilmente l'aria degrada. È quello che è successo in questi anni. Poi 4 anni fa il Parco archeologico di Ercolano ha messo in gara, avendo una buona disponibilità finanziaria, la progettazione e la esecuzione di un lavoro di sistemazione, riutilizzando la galleria, il sottopasso di Vico del Mare che noi avevamo realizzato. Mi fa piacere di parlare qui stamattina per dirvi che 15 giorni fa questo progetto al quale io ho partecipato, dico per gara vinta, non per assegnazione, è stato finalmente approvato come progetto esecutivo per un importo di 6 milioni di euro. Ora il parco c'ha i soldi, c'ha il progetto esecutivo che ci ha approvato, può tranquillamente partire con i lavori, a partire dal consolidamento dei costoni all'interno di una visione generale che mira al miglioramento complessivo del sistema di visita di Ercolano, a partire da questo intervento stupendo che negli ultimi anni è stato realizzato. Vi invito tutti quanti ad andarlo a vedere, che è la sistemazione della spiaggia in questo tratto. Quindi partendo da quest'area, ma migliorando anche l'accesso per i disabili di questi monumenti più importanti, poi si attraversa il sottopasso di Vico del Mare, si guardano dall'esterno i grandi complessi della periferia nord-occidentale della città antica e si arriva finalmente a Villa dei Papiri con questa realtà di consolidamento molto difficile che verrà eseguito dei costoni e con la creazione addirittura di percorsi privilegiati, sono quelli in rosso per i disabili. Quindi la Villa dei Papiri verrà dotata di una nuova copertura in sostituzione di quella attualmente esistente, che eredita la sistemazione che noi facemmo al termine della villa. Piccola osservazione in conclusione, ma senza girarci attorno, perché poi, pensando alle critiche precedenti, nessuno lo vuol dire. Io invece ho la faccia tosta di ricordarle certe cose, a fronte di questo bel convegno che state svolgendo, nella considerazione di 30 anni trascorsi. Ma ci vogliamo porre il problema di una ripresa dei lavori e dello scavo? È inutile che ci giriamo attorno. Io non ho mai avuto paura delle critiche, ho le spalle larghe, quindi sono libero nel parlare. Allora vorrei considerare, guardate, questa zona, per scavare questa, un archeologo eccezionale come Amedeo Maiuri ci ha messo circa 40 anni. Se io considero quello che è stato ritrovato, che è ancora attestato dalle documentazioni borboniche, ma quello che è stato trovato, noi sappiamo che tutto questo è ancora da scavare come completamento della città. Poi c'è la Villa dei Papiri, si può scavare in tanti modi, parecchi studiosi si sono espressi, in buona parte a cielo aperto, in parte riesplorando i cunicoli. Certe cose si possono fare, ma vanno studiate, vanno programmate, vanno attuate, considerando che cosa? Che probabilmente i costoni continueranno ad essere un problema, ma i costoni sono un problema anche nella zona che normalmente si visita, perché è una realtà di equilibrio precario e instabile. Il suolo antico di Ercolano è sprofondato rispetto all'antico oggi di circa 5 metri. La spiaggia antica di Ercolano oggi è a meno 5 metri sul livello del mare. Ora, se sul pendio io faccio una trincea enorme, ho un costone superiore e un costone inferiore verso mare. I costoni superiori sono quelli che ricevono un apporto idrico costante, quindi sono i più pericolosi. I più sicuri sono invece quelli meridionali che guardano verso il mare. Beh, voglio dire, qui non ci sono grandi costruzioni o grandi difficoltà, lo vedete nella sovrapposizione dell'edilizia moderna rispetto al quadro antico, nell'immaginare una prosecuzione dello scavo verso mare. Allora, caro Gianluca, io poi mi pongo il problema. Io ricordo, io studiavo la Villa dei Papiri dal 1983. Nel 1987 ci sono rientrato dentro attraverso i conicoli, nella previsione che si faceva lo scavo. Ogni tanto io ci andavo e dicevo, ma chi me lo fa fare? Questo è un guaio, perché devo passare un guaio? Lasciamo perdere. Chi mi ha spronato è stato quel santuomo di Marcellino Gigante, il quale poi, quando c'erano le riunioni, guardava me e diceva, se io fossi archeologo prenderei piccone e badile e andrei. Tant'è che un giorno poi disse, professore, ma perché lo dite a me? Io sono l'ultimo arrivato, ce ne stanno tanti altri prima di me. Perché? Perché nonostante il ritrovamento, superare la barriera dello scavo sembrava impossibile. Questa visione profetica, io la considero volutamente profetica, che Marcellino Gigante ha cominciato nell'aprile del 1969, quando ha fondato Cronache Ercolanesi, poi c'è stata di sostegno, perché in modo entusiastico, in modo profetico, lui indicava la strada che noi dovevamo percorrere. Io sono convinto che Marcellino ora sta seduto su una nuvoletta e sta seguendo i nostri lavori. Allora mi viene lo sfizio di chiedere, professore, che ne pensate? È il momento di avviare i lavori? E io vedo che lui fa di sì con la testa, con un sorriso che ancora oggi mi ricorda il suo paradiso. Grazie.
Ringraziamo davvero moltissimo Antonio De Simone per questa bellissima presentazione e lo perdoniamo per essersi preso un po' di tempo in più, anzi gliene siamo grati perché è stato molto utile ascoltarlo, però forse per recuperare, fare una cosa, chiamerei direttamente la seconda relatrice e magari accorpiamo le domande della prima e la seconda relazione anche perché sono vicine come temi, quindi possono funzionare insieme. Quindi ringrazio ancora Antonio. E chiamerei Maria Paola Guidobaldi, che avete già sentito evocata da Antonio De Simone. Per i pochi che non la conoscono, ricordo che è anch'ella archeologa, attualmente per il Ministero, per il MIC, per il Ministero della Cultura, lavora all'Istituto Centrale per la Valorizzazione Economica e la Promozione del Patrimonio Culturale e ha avuto molti altri incarichi in vari istituti e siti archeologici nel corso degli anni, ma qui, come dire, ci interessa perché è stata direttrice degli scavi di Ercolano e molte delle sue ricerche sono dedicate proprio alla Villa dei Papiri, perché, come ricordava De Simone, ha progettato e diretto degli scavi poi più recenti. Quindi la sua relazione, vi ricordo il titolo, ma dovrebbe apparire.
Non so dove l'hanno messa.
Vediamo se è stata caricata.
Sì, però non so dove hanno messo la...
Ah, ok, lo fanno direttamente alla regia.
Lo mettono loro, però lo dovrei manovrare io se mi... Ah, ecco. Sì.
Io vi comincio a leggere il titolo della sua relazione: articolazione architettonica e decorativa di una residenza di lusso affacciata sul mare, la Villa dei Papiri di Ercolano.
Grazie a Paola D'Alconso e grazie alla magnifica organizzazione che mi dà l'opportunità appunto di tornare a parlare di Villa dei Papiri, non dopo 30 anni come De Simone, ma dopo 20 anni appunto dai lavori che tra il 2007 e il 2009 appunto ho diretto in qualità di direttrice degli scavi di Ercolano nell'ambito della Soprintendenza Archeologica di Pompei, al tempo diretta da Piero Guzzo. I risultati di quei lavori, preceduti da anche sistemazioni di bonifica ambientale necessari perché la situazione era piuttosto complicata, sono stati pubblicati da me e dalle persone che hanno contribuito naturalmente allo scavo, in primis Domenico Esposito che ha seguito con la società Sosandra proprio le operazioni di scavo, e poi per la sua grande competenza sugli apparati decorativi. Quindi l'edizio Princeps è in Vesuviana, una rivista archeologica del 2009, dove c'è un ampio contributo in cui viene anche riassunta la complessa e problematica vicenda anche amministrativa e di sistemazione generale, di interruzione degli scavi e poi ripresa, e poi grazie all'interessamento di Francesca Lungauricchio l'estratto della Villa dei Papiri è stato pubblicato in Cronache Ercolanesi del 2009, perché Cronache Ercolanesi è poi di fatto la casa di Villa dei Papiri e non poteva, e poi tante altre cose, conferenze in cui mi è capitato di partecipare, di presentare questi risultati, convegni, nel volume curato sempre con Domenico Esposito, Ercolano, colori da una città sepolta, e poi ho avuto modo, curando la seconda edizione aggiornata della Guida Archeologica, la terza del 2018, di poter modificare sensibilmente la descrizione che io stessa ne avevo dato nel 2006, che era prima di questi scavi. Non ci sono state poi altre esplorazioni archeologiche e altri dati quindi che possano modificare il quadro delle conoscenze che ritengo codificato da un punto di vista archeologico dai nostri lavori. Semmai ci sono stati studi sul fronte papirologico che in qualche modo hanno dovuto confrontarsi con questa nuova cronologia. E diciamo che come ormai è a tutti ben noto, fino a pochissimo tempo fa, quindi fino agli anni 90 del Novecento, le conoscenze che si avevano della Villa dei Papiri rifondavano sostanzialmente sulla planimetria accuratissima di Carl Weber, che aveva dato una serie di cose che poi sono state ampiamente confermate anche dagli scavi, ma la datazione dell'impianto della villa convenzionalmente proposta negli studi, in assenza di strutture esaminabili e di dati quindi archeologici oggettivi, si fondava su valutazioni praticamente di natura planimetrica, non c'erano strutture visibili, e poi naturalmente queste cose si intrecciavano con le ipotesi di identificazione del proprietario e con il contenuto dei papiri greci rinvenuti soprattutto in particolare nell'ambiente quinto della villa disegnata da Carl Weber al culmine della Gruta de Recia. Qui vediamo quando si è rientrati nei cunicoli, questo è l'estremo limite della Gruta de Recia, il fondo appunto è il deposito dei papiri. Sulla base di queste considerazioni, a partire da Mustili si è sempre considerato, non si sa perché, che ci fosse un nucleo originario al quale poi si sarebbe più tardi aggiunto il settore del peristilio con l'area sistemata a giardino. Anche Pierre Gros, grande archeologo, architetto, ha ripreso questa definizione entrando poi in considerazioni di natura prettamente architettonica e distinguendo, appunto, riconoscendo una grande coerenza organica in questo impianto scomponibile in vari quadrati, eccetera, eccetera. Però, diciamo, oggettivamente senza degli elementi archeologici veri. A mio modesto avviso, la datazione di questo impianto, che veniva data intorno al 60 a.C., si fondava non tanto sui dati documentari archeologici e comunque si fondavano fondamentalmente sulle pitture, e il 60 era oggettivamente una data comunque troppo alta per quei frammenti di pitture distaccati che erano confluiti nel Museo di Napoli, e già Morman li aveva un po' abbassati, ma soprattutto perché volevano tenere conto dell'ipotesi formulata per prima da Comparetti e con poche eccezioni largamente condivisa, che il proprietario della residenza fosse Lucio Calpurnio Pisone Cesonino, console nel 58, suocero di Cesare e patrono di Filodemo di Gadara. E naturalmente questo ha in qualche modo condizionato il pensiero, diciamo, archeologico. Io non posseggo le competenze specifiche per entrare nel merito dell'eventuale rapporto tra il contenuto epicureo della biblioteca e l'arredo scultoreo, però mi sono sempre sembrati importanti degli elementi messi in evidenza dagli studi papirologici e da tenere, e che ritengo che debbano sempre essere considerati e tenuti presenti al pari delle testimonianze archeologiche in qualsiasi discussione sul programma decorativo e sull'identificazione del proprietario, cioè il fatto che non solo Filodemo di Gadara è l'autore più rappresentato nella biblioteca, ma che le sue opere sono qui presenti in più redazioni distinte e brogliacci, cosa che si potrebbe spiegare solo col fatto che, anche se non si volesse postulare che Filodemo abbia abitato, soggiornato e lavorato nella villa in quanto legato ai Calpurni Pisones, e che sarebbero i proprietari, perché questo è un giro, diciamo, oggettivamente indimostrabile, però diciamo che quel che è certo è che quella biblioteca è all'origine appartenuta a Filodemo, perché altrimenti non si capisce come potrebbero esserci delle cose a livelli diversi di elaborazione. Come ci sia arrivata, quando e perché, naturalmente va spiegato, e bisogna, diciamo, questo problema si intreccia sia con la cronologia del complesso residenziale che, come vedremo, io ritengo ormai saldamente fissata al 40-30, sia sui possibili proprietari e l'idea di un programma. Sorvolo sulle interpretazioni che sono stati date, ma diciamo che l'archeologia, come ha già ricordato De Simone con i primi scavi a cielo aperto che sono stati effettuati, ha dato un contributo notevole e decisivo per la cronologia del complesso e la sua articolazione architettonica e decorativa. Questo è il plastico che faceva parte appunto di quello realizzato nell'ambito di quello studio di fattibilità a cui accennava De Simone, che fu un incarico specifico della nostra soprintendenza nell'ambito delle ricerche su Villa dei Papiri, uno studio di fattibilità per verificare le ipotesi e possibilità di uno scavo a cielo aperto, tenendo conto di tante interferenze urbanistiche, eccetera, eccetera. Infatti qui c'è una foto fissa alla situazione attuale, ma c'era un tassello che si può sollevare e si vede cosa c'è sotto. Naturalmente, come scrisse e disse in più sedi il sovrintendente Guzzo, e come io stessa ho più volte ribadito, quello studio di fattibilità non conteneva decisioni, ma era uno strumento tecnico di valutazione che potesse fare da guida e da diciamo, punto di riferimento, perché poi nelle supreme sedi decisionali, ma comunque che devono coinvolgere dalla regione, il comune, eccetera, eccetera, potevano guidare verso una decisione successiva. Sappiamo appunto, come è stato ricordato da De Simone, questi scavi a cielo aperto che poi sostanzialmente hanno dato il grosso dell'attività tra gli anni 96-98 e che appunto sono stati diretti da De Simone con Fabrizio Ruffo e Margherita Tuccinardi, e hanno avuto appunto il merito, diciamo, all'interno di questa operazione di mettere in luce per la prima volta una articolazione della villa su più livelli, molto più complessa naturalmente rispetto a quella che era nota dal solo livello settecentesco della planimetria borbonica. E poi appunto il fatto di aver individuato un ulteriore settore molto più a valle, 9 metri più basso, che giustamente, pur non essendoci un collegamento diretto perché c'è tutto uno scavato, hanno intuito che era certamente in collegamento con la villa, quindi 4 livelli. Naturalmente lo stato delle ricerche era talmente limitato che anche l'interpretazione di questa struttura a valle poi con gli scavi che abbiamo fatto successivamente appunto è risultata modificata. E naturalmente appunto in quegli scavi vennero alla luce appunto anche delle opere notevoli che appunto di questa la testa, il resto della scultura sicuramente ancora giace o sotto le strutture riverse al suolo o ancora nella parte della trincea di scavo, e quella che noi più prudentemente identifichiamo come Peploforos. Appunto ci sono delle interpretazioni varie da un punto di vista storico-artistico, e comunque la cronologia di queste sculture viene, almeno da Valeria Mece, io la condividevo, diciamo riferita all'età augustea e quindi coerente con quello che vedremo poi della datazione proprio della terrazza meridionale del padiglione sul mare. Naturalmente appunto l'aver messo in luce per la prima volta le strutture ha permesso anche di vedere alcune tecniche edilizie. Appunto noi ragioniamo sui muri, sui pavimenti, quindi alcuni elementi qui li vediamo già dopo i nostri lavori, non al momento degli scavi del 96-98, ma anche in cunicolo confermano che c'è una sostanziale che il nucleo del quartiere dell'Atrio non si può datare al 60 a.C., ma che c'è una sostanziale unicità e organicità di organizzazione anche per il quartiere del Peristiglio, perché le stesse murature, diciamo, sono in alcuni punti solidali, e poi noi l'abbiamo visto anche per degli apparati decorativi. E quest'area è stata poi consegnata e presa sotto la propria responsabilità, perché quello era uno scavo comunque in concessione dalla sovrintendenza nel 1999 per il blocco delle pompe che c'erano state. Tutta l'area era rimasta pesantemente allagata, quindi sono state necessarie varie opere di bonifica per poter anche poi progettare quegli scavi del 2007-2008, quindi questa è una veduta di un primo risanamento che permise anche una prima fruizione naturalmente per il pubblico, e la nuova planimetria poi, che è scaturita dagli scavi successivi, ci ha dato una visione un po' più completa di quello che è di quella che è l'area di questi 14.000 metri quadri dei cosiddetti scavi nuovi, in cui, venendo da sotto il tunnel, dall'area degli scavi veri e propri, vedete con il numero 4 è il grosso complesso residenziale che abbiamo ribattezzato la Domus dei rilievi dionisiaci, che appartiene ancora ad un'insula di Ercolano, quindi è l'insula prima, mentre il complesso residenziale, che quindi chiude esattamente come il complesso delle terme suburbane chiude dall'altro lato il fronte mare, lo potremmo attribuire a una cosiddetta insula nord-occidentale. 2 è il solaio di un altro edificio, di cui naturalmente il resto sta più in profondità, mentre col numero 1 ci sono appunto i settori che appartengono alla Villa dei Papiri. Questa è una veduta della sistemazione successiva ai nostri lavori, in cui poi abbiamo allargato la copertura originaria in modo da proteggere anche la basis ville con questa poderosa facciata in cui che era stata messa in luce con gli scavi del 96-98. Vedete poi quel mucchio di tubi innocenti all'estremità, quello è il secondo livello inferiore, che è un altro livello residenziale che è molto problematico, perché lì il ruscellamento dell'acqua di falda è prepotente, quindi veramente sarà molto difficile intervenire e canalizzare le cose. Poi è stato realizzato un nuovo deposito. Le aree su cui noi siamo intervenuti appunto sono fondamentalmente il quartiere dell'Atrio propriamente detto, il primo livello inferiore che è indicato con la lettera B e la terrazza meridionale. Gli scavi del 96-98 avevano nel quartiere dell'Atrio messo in evidenza 16 ambienti, e che non sono pochi naturalmente. Noi su questi poi abbiamo potuto fare i restauri con questo intervento sia degli apparati decorativi, in questo caso anche liberando il crollo che era per fortuna rimasto lasciato in situ, quindi scavando questo è stata poi restaurata la parete in situ e ricostruita grazie a Domenico Esposito la zona superiore, quindi su pannello, quindi arricchito notevolmente, è stato liberato l'andron e poi adesso qui io vi faccio scorrere, ci sono tantissime diapositive su cui non mi soffermo, ma mi preme semplicemente far vedere la quantità degli apparati decorativi, soprattutto pavimentali e quindi cronologicamente riferibili al 40-30 e quindi naturalmente la quantità delle testimonianze archeologiche che abbiamo. Va detto che gli stessi archeologi appunto di Simone e Ruffo nella prima presentazione che fecero dei loro risultati diedero il senso della organicità della composizione architettonica e quindi non della creazione di due nuclei distinti cronologicamente divisi e datavano però il complesso ancora più o meno al 60 a.C. Io credo tutto sommato un po' condizionati dalla presenza diciamo di questa proprietà attribuita ai Calpurni Pisones e in particolare al Cesonino. Ma nel 2004 al convegno AISCOM, in cui hanno trattato nel complesso tutti i pavimenti e hanno riconsiderato anche la decorazione parietale, hanno opportunamente e compiutamente datato le pavimentazioni al 40-30 e anche quindi necessariamente la cronologia di questa parte, cosa con cui noi ci troviamo pienamente d'accordo anche con gli approfondimenti degli studi di Domenico Esposito sulle pitture. Questi sono importanti perché questo pavimento, questo frammento in particolare, l'unico su cui mi soffermo, si trova proprio nel portico del peristilio rettangolare, quindi siamo in quell'area che sarebbe stata aggiunta, è identico a quello del quartiere dell'Atrio, quindi è vero che sarebbe più bello avere tutto fuori e poter vedere tutto, però nella sfortuna, diciamo, la fortuna ha permesso di vedere alcuni punti cruciali. Questi appunto li faccio scorrere tutti quanti rapidamente per i vari confronti che ci sono, ma per darvi appunto l'idea della quantità di lavoro di restauro che è stato compiuto e della quantità di testimonianze su cui oggi ci possiamo fondare. Questi andiamo, ecco appunto l'atrio C è l'unico che ha questo mosaico a fondo nero, gli inserti è molto simile a quello di Villa dei Misteri che però è un po' più antico, qui gli inserti sono di marmo, non sono le litomarghe che troviamo invece nella Villa dei Misteri e anche una tessitura con tessere a canestro, questo è gergo archeologico però diciamo sono elementi importanti da tenere presenti, alcuni pavimenti bellissimi a colori e così via. Andiamo oltre, questo è importante perché in cunicolo che abbiamo ripulito e aperto siamo entrati diciamo nell'ambiente o rosso di Weber, qui è come si trovava diciamo al momento degli scavi 96-98, liberando dall'interno è uscito, quindi abbiamo acquisito un altro tratto importante di pavimentazione che è sempre coerente con questa cronologia di 40-30. Andiamo avanti. Questo giusto anche per riempirsi un po' gli occhi perché sono veramente dei mosaici, c'è un repertorio veramente straordinario. L'altra zona di intervento importante che ci ha dato dei risultati considerevoli e che sono importanti da un punto di vista della cronologia anche delle fasi che sono fasi decorative, quindi comunque di intervento e come diceva giustamente De Simone di attenzione dei proprietari, chiunque essi siano o fossero, diciamo, per questo complesso che non era affatto in decadenza. Ecco, un'altra delle acquisizioni che fu data subito al momento degli scavi 96-98, il senso di quella grande quantità di grano di cui si faceva riferimento negli scavi borbonici, che era stata interpretata come un segno di una riconversione agricola, mentre invece è un ammezzato. Quindi, e d'altra parte la storia del complesso dimostra chiaramente che c'era un'attività, ma per riparare, per restaurare probabilmente i danni dello sciame sismico, e che agiva a tutti i livelli, dalle strutture sicuramente anche per quanto riguarda i contenuti della biblioteca, dove mi sembra che ci siano tracce da quello che ho letto, dei contributi di papirologi, di interventi proprio sui documenti. Quindi, perché al pari delle sculture, al pari delle strutture, quel patrimonio di libri era comunque qualcosa che andava preservato. Ecco, noi entrando nella finestra, perché quello non è il piano, diciamo, di base di queste stanze, sono le finestre, si entra dal piano del davanzale. Nello scavo del 96-98 era stato messo in luce un piccolissimo tratto che permetteva di dire che c'era un ambiente residenziale con una decorazione di terzo stile di età Claudia, a fondo rosso, traccia di le architravi di legno carbonizzato, non si poteva dire molto di più. Noi abbiamo deciso in quella fase di scavo 2007-2008 di almeno liberare questo ambiente. È stata un'operazione difficilissima perché l'interno arrivava fino al soffitto. Man mano che i restauratori abbassavano il livello del materiale vulcanico, i soffitti, che sono risultati coperti di meravigliosi stucchi di secondo stile, e quindi cronologia che torna naturalmente con quello che si sapeva già ormai dal quartiere dell'Atrio, dovevano proprio far riaderire le cose man mano che poi potevano svuotare. Il risultato è stata una meravigliosa visione, diciamo, di una sala articolata con un'anticamera, che è quella da cui si entra, diciamo, dalla finestra, e una sala vera e propria, dove grazie proprio alla conservazione delle pitture nella parete di fondo si è visto che al solito, come accade spesso a Pompei e ad Ercolano nelle pitture, il rosso non sempre è veramente rosso, c'è un'ocra rossa, ma è un'ocra gialla come questa, che poi per il grande calore del materiale vulcanico ha virato. Naturalmente, se si trova solo quel frammento come era all'origine, nessuno avrebbe potuto dimostrarlo fino in fondo. Quindi questo ambiente è interessato da una fase decorativa molto articolata, perché è stata poi studiata approfonditamente da Domenico Esposito. Quindi abbiamo la fase di secondo stile, che è quella iniziale, quindi anche il primo livello inferiore è coerente ovviamente con quello che c'è del piano, diciamo, piano Weber, con un magnifico soffitto a cassettoni e con fregio d'armi, la cui datazione appunto torna perfettamente col 40-30. Però in età Giulio Claudia probabilmente appunto viene fatto un rinnovamento decorativo che è conservato in tutta la decorazione parietale. Però al momento dell'eruzione, questa è la cosa più importante, erano in corso lavori di rifacimento perché? Perché probabilmente c'erano stati dei danni e quindi però si stava ricostituendo ad identicum il soffitto, quindi proprio con la volontà di conservare questa memoria, altrimenti avrebbero potuto scalpellarlo per dire, invece ovviamente no, però sono lavori interrotti, cioè in questo, al momento dell'eruzione, quale che sia la data, che sinceramente non è fondamentale se cambiano alcuni mesi, diciamo nel momento della distruzione della città per colpa dell'eruzione del Vesuvio, qui si stava intervenendo. Questo è un segno ancora più anche commovente, questo tratto di una pennellata interrotta, anche qui si stava riproponendo la decorazione ad identicum, e nella parete c'è anche la traccia di una piccola impalcatura che non abbiamo scavato perché non c'erano più veramente le risorse, ma questa è una cosa ovviamente da fare, perché questo può essere proprio il trabattello del pittore, ci possono essere i colori, e quindi perché è chiaro che questo stava lavorando in questo punto. Il pavimento è stato individuato con un saggio già nel 96-98 a 90 centimetri di profondità, però anche qui l'acqua di falda affiora. Quindi un completamento dello scavo, almeno in questo ambiente, va fatto con tutte le dovute cautele e l'attenzione a preservare dall'umidità questa porta che chiude in modo stagno, in qualche modo almeno fino al 2015, poi non so, ma immagino che abbia mantenuto le stesse caratteristiche, anche l'ingresso dei visitatori, se fatto, deve essere molto contingentato. E poi nell'altra parete c'era appunto il pannellino predisposto con la sinopia di un volatile, ma non ancora completato dal Pictor Imaginarius, quindi qui si stava lavorando. Nel padiglione sul mare, la terrazza meridionale, che appunto dopo la bonifica, diciamo, realizzazione di nuove pompe per tenere l'area all'asciutto, e ha permesso di rivedere, diciamo, almeno lo stato da cui si partiva, e questa è la fotografia della situazione della terrazza al momento degli scavi 96-98. Quello che vedete indicato, appunto, il bordo del parapetto, cioè si parlava di una terrazza di cociopesto con individuata all'interno un'aula con le strutture crollate, qui la posizione indicata dei principali rinvenimenti. Dopo i nostri lavori, puliture e ampliamenti, si è visto che quello non era un parapetto, è una piscina, e ci sono, che chiaramente con rivestita dentro tutte le strutture, poi abbiamo dovuto risistemare naturalmente il piano di calpestio per renderlo fruibile, individuato un piccolo ambiente con fregio di pigmei non scavato. Ecco, questa è la visione. Quindi possiamo dire che la terrazza sul mare praticamente con questo padiglione comprendeva una grande terrazza di cociopesto con un'aula monumentale da cui con 2 sculture, forse anche altre, non lo sappiamo, una piscina, che è quella indicata con la lettera C, un piccolo vano D, una scaletta E di discesa alla spiaggia, che poi sfuma in una rampa e poi direttamente con la roccia naturale. In questa l'aula abbiamo la prova che qui quindi viene smantellata dai proprietari, diciamo, al momento dell'eruzione, perché vedete che le strutture crollano praticamente sulle mattonelle già asportate. Quindi questo padiglione viene realizzato in età al più presto augusteo-tiberiana, ma al momento dell'eruzione viene abbandonato. Perché? Perché l'innalzamento del livello del mare comincia a rendere infruibili, diciamo, quelle quote, e questo lo abbiamo dimostrato anche nella zona dell'antica spiaggia e di Telefo, no? Da questa zona provengono anche i famosi elementi lignei rivestiti d'avorio che ho appunto studiato in più sedi e che posso dire tranquillamente che sono alcuni tavolini e dei tripodi, che naturalmente non sappiamo se fossero veramente qui o se provengono da qualche ambiente retrostante, insomma, però sono comunque il segno di non solo di un livello altissimo anche per quanto riguarda gli arredi di lusso, e che in questo caso c'è tutta una valenza, diciamo, fondamentalmente dionisiaca, ma insomma questa è tutta un'altra storia. Diciamo, io appunto avrei tante cose da dire e anche magari da aggiungere a delle valutazioni fatte da di Simone, però non è nella sede, questo è il tempo, comunque è per la vastità, diciamo, di informazioni. Spero di aver dato comunque un contributo. Grazie.
Grazie moltissimo Maria Paola Guidobaldi, forse se ti vuoi trattenere siamo un po' in ritardo, però magari ci prendiamo qualche minuto per vedere se c'è qualche domanda sia sull'intervento di Antonio De Simone sia su quello di Maria Paola Guidobaldi. Prego.
Allora, grazie. Io voglio innanzitutto... Sì, andate alla... Vi sedete così magari possiamo...
Antonio.
Volevo ringraziare entrambi a nome, penso di fare la cosa giusta di ringraziarla a nome di tutti, non solo dell'organizzazione ma di tutti noi, perché ci avete veramente regalato un'importante visione non solo retrospettiva, non solo d'insieme, ma anche uno sguardo verso il futuro. Purtroppo stamattina attendevamo anche la nuova direttrice del parco archeologico, la dottoressa Colaiacomo, che non vedo ancora. Indegnamente io faccio parte del comitato scientifico del parco archeologico e diciamo ci sono molte questioni aperte. Come anche membro della Vesuvius Challenge devo anche dire che la Vesuvius Challenge vuole in qualche modo contribuire se non allo scavo, quantomeno alla ricerca sulla Villa dei Papiri. Abbiamo parlato più volte con Nat Friedman, che è uno dei creatori della Vesuvius Challenge, che ha delle disponibilità non solo diciamo economiche ma anche tecnologiche, i nuovi scanner, i termoscanner, per poter diciamo carpire quello che c'è dietro la parte della villa che noi non abbiamo ancora esplorato. Speriamo che ci sia anche una volontà, mi dispiace utilizzare questo termine, politica, per accogliere diciamo dei contributi che vengono da nuove figure, oltre quelle che conosciamo come PHerc e diciamo tutti coloro che in questi anni si sono fatti carico non tanto della villa, attenzione, ma si sono fatti carico della città di Ercolano, ma non della villa, che va esplorata, perché come ha detto il professore De Simone è un dovere, quasi come diceva il professore Gigante, un dovere morale andare a vedere ancora quali opere sono nascoste nella Villa dei Papiri. Abbiamo qualche anno fa, recentemente, abbiamo una novità che io ho anche pubblicato questa notizia, che in realtà lo scavo che voi avevate condotto sia alla parte fino al 1999 e poi fino al 2004 le nuove prospezioni, in realtà non erano arrivati proprio definitivamente all'ambiente quinto. Dal momento che c'è un muro di sostegno costruito dai Borbone, che era già stato riportato nella pianta del Weber del 1757, noi siamo sicuri adesso che la stanza quinta era giusto qualche centimetro più avanti ed è stata completamente ricolmata per noti problemi non solo della falda acquifera ma anche della paura dei crolli, insomma. Quindi quella stanza dove Winkelmann diceva 2 uomini ci stanno con le braccia allargate, dove sono stati trovati i papiri e dove è vero che Paterni dice chiaramente io ci ho scavato per 2 giorni e 2 notti ripulendo tutto, però noi non possiamo sapere che cosa c'è non soltanto in quella stanza, ma che cosa c'è in quella successiva, perché noi conosciamo l'ambiente absidato e voi ci siete arrivati lì, avete visto che non c'era nulla, tant'è vero che poi l'avevate adibito a deposito, diciamo la zona immediatamente successiva all'ambiente abitato. Però non sappiamo che cosa c'è a monte, non sappiamo cosa c'è dall'altra parte, perché né gli scavatori borbonici né tantomeno chi ci ha scavato non c'era possibilità, perché da una parte ci sono proprio le abitazioni, questo lo sappiamo benissimo, da un'altra parte c'è il giardino del comune di Ercolano che dà proprio sulla zona a ridosso tra il peristilio quadrato e il peristilio rettangolare. Ecco, quella zona posso dire che il comune, nel caso ci fosse una idea di proseguire gli scavi, il comune la mette totalmente a disposizione, perché non fa parte della costruzione sette-ottocentesca su cui attualmente si trova il comune di Ercolano, ma fa parte del giardino, della parte davanti. Infatti il limite affaccia nella Villa dei Papiri, questo è straordinario. E quindi c'è veramente una prospettiva per il futuro. Tra l'altro, con Maria Paola ne abbiamo parlato molto spesso di questo, c'è la convergenza dei dati archeologici e dei dati papirologici, cioè noi siamo sicuri che una buona parte dei nostri papiri è stata copiata nel primo secolo d.C. Quindi questo va insieme al dato archeologico per cui la villa è stata concepita unitariamente intorno al 40-30 e la sua decorazione è continuata nel primo secolo d.C. Quindi, come ci siamo detti più volte anche con molti di voi, vedo Jeff Fish con cui abbiamo parlato a lungo di questo argomento, noi puntiamo sempre l'attenzione su Lucio Calpurnio Pisone Cesonino. Attenzione, Lucio Calpurnio Pisone Frugi, il figlio del Cesonino, è effettivamente colui che sulla scia del padre evidentemente, sulla scia di quanto aveva fatto Filodemo, avrà raccolto questi libri e avrà favorito la copia di libri nel primo secolo d.C. Perché noi, non soltanto il famoso Anonimo XXV, di cui ieri abbiamo parlato a lungo, e che è responsabile di tutto il Pericachion di Filodemo, che è una delle opere, mi permetto di dire, più romane di Filodemo, perché Filodemo lì cita i poeti della cerchia augustea in ogni libro, ormai è chiaro che in ogni tutta l'opera è dedicata ai poeti della cerchia augustea, ma ci sono anche altri testi che possono essere spostati al primo secolo d.C., quindi mostrando chiaramente che nei primi anni, in un'età, l'età di post-augustea, diciamo così, da Claudio fino a Nerone magari, c'era la volontà di continuare a copiare dei testi epicurei, direi, e forse anche non soltanto epicurei, ma filosofici in generale, all'interno della villa. Quindi è bello, ritorno su quello che avete detto entrambi, cioè la convergenza del dato filologico e del dato archeologico, che la filologia e la papirologia e l'archeologia che camminano insieme per questa conoscenza continua. Però dobbiamo insistere sulla necessità di apertura da parte delle istituzioni ad accogliere tutti quelli che vogliono collaborare per la futura ricerca sulla villa. Adesso abbiamo le possibilità, abbiamo le prospettive e potremmo farlo, quindi abbiamo la possibilità di intravedere il futuro, dobbiamo soltanto essere consapevoli e diciamo lanciarci insieme in questa sfida. Quindi vi ringrazio ancora, era un ringraziamento più che altro.
Voglio solo dire una cosa appunto a Gianluca sulla cosa appunto dello scavo dalla villa comunale che sta praticamente sul ciglio e che in linea teorica non creerebbe dei problemi rispetto naturalmente al costruito, però non dimenticate, tenete presente che uno scavo a cielo aperto, cioè se noi vogliamo scavare un certo numero di ambienti, con lo scavo dobbiamo andare ben oltre lo scavo a cielo aperto, il limite di quegli ambienti, perché il problema è proprio lì, non possiamo mantenerci sulla parte, che è difficilissimo abbassare adesso un livello praticamente di 30 metri con queste cose, ma dobbiamo andare più in là. Per questo in alcuni punti, infatti anche lo studio di Vieri Quilici e Giovanni Longobardi metteva in evidenza come in alcune porzioni sarebbe stato più logico concepire uno scavo ipogeo, ovviamente con delle cose di areazione, quindi ampliando, perché scavo a cielo aperto significa sbancare mezza città, ovviamente, quindi bisogna trovare, se no sarebbe tagli una fettina, ma non è così facile tagliare quella fettina,
poi...
ci dobbiamo tenere molto più larghi, proprio per sia per l'esecuzione del lavoro che per la conservazione, perché vediamo quanto è difficile quel bow window che praticamente sta nell'angolo, no? E sopra c'è pure la lava dell'eruzione medievale, che è complicato.
È complicato, certo. E mi permetto di ritornare anche sulla questione del restauro di quanto già è stato fatto. Oggi il cavalletto che avete mostrato è quasi totalmente distrutto. C'è dell'acqua all'interno, pure chi è venuto con me negli ultimi tempi ha potuto constatare, e il secondo ambiente, quell'ambiente curvo che lascia intravedere prima del peristilio maggiore, del peristilio rettangolare, una torretta o qualcosa del genere, quello è totalmente crollato. Quindi lì c'è la necessità, quasi totalmente, no? C'è ancora qualcosa, però è in cattive condizioni, quindi lì aveva fatto un lavoro di recupero importante.
No, non è questa la sede per entrare in un merito tecnico. Quando io nella mia relazione insistevo con una relativa facilità dello scavo verso mare, è perché l'idea di fondo è di raggiungere con lo scavo verso mare una zona sterile, perché se tu raggiungi una zona sterile, all'interno della zona sterile puoi fare il fosso di aggottamento dell'acqua, che in tanta parte ti risolve anche il problema delle acque che filtrano da monte, mentre sono totalmente d'accordo con la dottoressa Guidobaldi per quello che riguarda la difficoltà di questo scavo in corrispondenza diciamo, del lato inferiore di Corso Resina, perché per motivi di sicurezza, quando noi scaviamo, avremmo bisogno di un taglio a 45 gradi. In quel caso, lavorando su materiali di maggiore costipazione, possiamo giocare anche sui gradoni, ma non è che abbiamo tanto spazio. Invece, verso mare, la situazione è più tranquilla, non c'è interferenza di nuove costruzioni, ma soprattutto la dottoressa mostrava anche in una foto il fatto che noi con i nostri scavi abbiamo intaccato una parte delle strutture, perché non c'era niente che ci facesse presupporre l'esistenza delle strutture. Ma perché noi intaccavamo quelle strutture? Perché il nostro obiettivo era quello di fare un unico canalone che aggottasse tutta l'acqua conducendola nell'area della cosiddetta spiaggia. Non l'abbiamo potuto fare. Abbiamo dovuto creare delle pompe supplementari che poi si intasano, si bloccano, eccetera. Quindi scendere verso mare significherebbe avere la possibilità di una più agevole sistemazione dell'area anche in vista dell'aggottamento dell'acqua.
Ok, sì. Io voglio aggiungere per tutti, è una nota per tutti, è arrivata la dottoressa Colaiacomo, sta per arrivare, quindi mi ha detto che avrà piacere dopo ovviamente Kenneth di farci un saluto finale che mi sembra anche a completamento di questa bella sessione, quindi vi ringrazio ancora.
Allora, grazie ancora Antonio e Simone e Maria Paola Guidobaldi. Come avete capito ci sarebbe tanto da discutere, ma il tempo veramente è tiranno e siamo in ritardo. Mi tocca l'onere di annunciare che Carol Mattusch purtroppo non può essere presente per avuto un problema di aerei, ma gentilmente Kenneth Lapatin si è offerto di leggere per noi la sua relazione che Carol Mattusch ha inviato, e quindi prima ancora di tenere il suo intervento parlerà a nome di Carol Mattusch, il cui non so se devo presentarla, è molto nota, insomma è professoressa ormai emerita alla George Mason University, ha lavorato moltissimo su Ercolano e ha scritto un bellissimo libro proprio sulle sculture della Villa dei Papiri, e il suo intervento era intitolato Herculaneum Before the Papiri. Hai il timer sullo schermo se vuoi?
Ok, bene, e per andare avanti lo faccio con
le frecce?
Con le frecce, ecco, ok. Ecco, sì, sì. Carol è molto molto deluso che non poteva venire qui con noi e mi ha mandato il testo e PowerPoint che è in inglese. Ok, con la freccia, quella, no, quello, no. Allora.
Vediamo, di qui? No? Non avanza? Allora facciamo di qua forse. Guarda.
Ah.
Qui.
Ok, benissimo, grazie. In 1709, the Austrians ruled South Italy and Sicily. A French cavalry commander employed by Emperor Joseph I, calling himself the Prince d'Elbeuf, bought property at Granatello on the Bay of Naples, north of Portici, and commissioned the Neapolitan architect Fernando Sanfelice to build him a villa. D'Elbeuf lived there for several years. He was not the first to find antiquities at the bottom of a well on his property, but when he found antiquities at the bottom of a well, he dug outwards. Among the finds were these three, okay, no, così, scusa, chiudiamo là. Ok,
adesso con le frecce.
Adesso con le frecce. Okay, perfetto. Were these three fine marble statues of draped women, a larger one veiled and two smaller ones, which he sent to Rome for repairs. One of them had no head, and a new one was made for her. Then the statues went to Prince Eugene in Vienna. After Eugene's death in 1736, they were sold to Augustus III, King of Poland and Elector of Saxony. They ended up in Dresden in 1737. J.J. Winkelmann's first visit to Dresden was in 1738. The three statues of the draped women caught his eye. He thought they must be Greek, praising their contours and their, quote, sublime, grand, and elegant drapery, their hair and their high quality. In his reflections on the imitation of Greek works in paintings and sculpture, he declares, quote, all the world should be made aware of these three sublime statues, revealed the first traces leading to the discovery of the buried treasures of Herculaneum. These great masterpieces of Greek art were brought to Germany and honored there before Naples had the good fortune, as far as we know, to possess a single relic from Herculaneum, unquote. Winkelmann's paper was widely read. It had huge impact in a world in which antiquities were beginning to attract a great deal of attention, but for which there was as yet no stylistic framework, nor any chronological structure. In his History of the Art of Antiquity in 1764, Winkelmann supplied that structure. His stylistic chronology has inspired and provoked intense scholarly debate for over 200 years. The Herculaneum women, as we call them, are actually Roman portrait types, of which there are hundreds of examples. In 1734, 3 years before the statues from Herculaneum arrived in Dresden, the Spanish Bourbons took over Naples and Sicily from the Austrians. The first king was Charles VII, the son of Philip V of Spain and Elisabetta Farnese of Parma, whose family owned a fabulous collection of Roman antiquities. In 1738, Charles married Maria Amalia, the daughter of Augustus III, the owner of the three ancient marble statues, the Herculaneum women. Over the next 20 years, Charles beautified the city of Naples, where, among other projects, he built the first opera house in Europe and an enormous poorhouse and several new palaces. Of interest to us is his palace at Portici, adjoining Elbuff's former property at Granatello on the outskirts of the modern town of Resina, directly on top of Herculaneum, which wasn't yet identified. But Dionysius of Halicarnassus had written in the 1st century BC that Hercules built a town between Naples and Pompeii, which was named after him. In 1738, Charles appointed the Spanish military engineer Roque Joaquin de Alcubierre to survey his property and direct an official excavation there. His operation was like that of Delboeuf 20 years previously. From the bottoms of vertical shafts, 70 or more feet down, tunnels were dug outwards, following ancient walls. In the very first year, 1738, they found an inscription identifying the structure of the theater of Herculaneum. This is the building from which Delboeuf's marble women had come. Finding Herculaneum put the modern world directly in touch with the material remains of a lost ancient world deep underground. In 1739, after only a year of royal excavations, they had found large-scale paintings and sculptures belonging to public buildings, rich additions to the Bourbon collection of antiquities which Charles was to inherit from his mother, Elisabetta Farnese. All the finds, being the king's property, were brought to his summer palace at Portici. As early as 1738, a new wing of the palace was designed to house the antiquities. Modifications continued until 1768, when the idea of moving the antiquities to Naples was first discussed. The antiquities were on exhibit long before they were published. In 1739, Joseph Canart, a sculptor from Rome, was hired to remove the finds from the site and restore the sculptures. In 1751, Camillo Paderni, a painter from Rome, was hired as the director of the King's Real Museo Ercolanese. He was responsible for recording the finds and exhibiting them. Paderni also took charge of restoring the ancient frescoes. Visitors to the King's Museum had to have permits, and they weren't allowed to take notes or make drawings, making many of these visitors angry. Publication was important, but very slow. The first book, directed by José Joaquín de Montealegre, Secretary of State from 1738 to 1746, did not appear until 1746, and only in 3 bound copies. It is a magnificent large folio volume bound in Moroccan leather, embellished with the Bourbon insignia and coat of arms, containing a catalogue of 100 of the earliest finds, most of them very small. But only one of the stunning group of large paintings found in 1739 appeared in that book, a small one, about 80 by 138 centimeters. But why not have the other larger mythological frescoes with known subjects? They must not have been ready. A lot of repairs were needed, from removing the dirt to mounting, the framing, repolishing, varnishing, and installing. And Paderni didn't arrive from Rome until 1751. But they were paintings, as the title of the book indicates, copper engravings of the ancient paintings found in the excavations of Resina. And yet, half of the catalog is about bronze statues, lamps, marble sculptures, and marble reliefs, all mixed up together with the paintings. And why name the site Resina in the title? By 1746, when the title page is dated, the name of the ancient site of Herculaneum beneath Resina had been known already for 8 years. Was the title page printed first before the illustrations had been submitted? Entries in this catalog do not tell us the medium, the measurements, the condition, or the find spot, and the quality of the engravings varies. All but a couple of the objects in the book are still in Naples, but not this one. This large bronze statue, about 66 centimeters high, went to France as part of the negotiations allowing Ferdinand, Charles's son, to return to rule Naples after having been ousted by the French in 1798. The statue has been in the Louvre since 1825. How to show each object seems to have been left up to the artists. They always showed which parts were missing, in this case, bridle, handle, and horse's tail. But a big shadow has been added, as if the horse is three-dimensional, as well as ground beneath the horse and a little grass, as if it were a painting. If you turn the horseman over, the back is hollow, and now we know that this is one of the tiny appliques from the breast collars of bronze horses hitched to a bronze chariot. There are charging cavalrymen, fallen and barbarian enemies, and galloping horses. They are no more than 10 centimeters tall. You can see that they would have been easier to clean and to prepare for illustrations than the much larger paintings. The chariot itself is still in pieces, but is now on exhibit in Man with a fine video reconstruction. Now, take this figure. The entry in the Disegni Intagliati reads, "A torso of a man lacking from the knees down, the left arm to the elbow, and the right arm to below the shoulder. The hair is wound around the head, and the beard divides into 4 parts that fall to points, 3 of which are visible. The head is inclined," end quote. In the illustration, he has a shadow, so we can guess that he may be a sculpture. The next time this statue was illustrated and engraved was about 50 years later. He is fully restored. He leans on a tree trunk, which means he is made of marble. And there's a scale beneath the engraving, making him as a whole about 1.1 meters tall. I, Carol Mattusch, first saw the statue on exhibit in 2018. Some of the restorations had been removed, other parts were added that had been found separately, all in different condition. There is a hole for the insertion of a tail. Even the base is ancient. It's mentioned in the excavator's diary. Only 3 printed and bound copies of the disegni have been located. One is in Madrid, the other in the Victoria and Albert Museum in London, and the third is in New York in the Metropolitan Museum of Art. Were these the only 3 that were printed and bound? Some loose pages survive in Dresden. The royal collection at the palace in Portici was growing. Charles had more and more antiquities to exhibit and publish. In 1749, he founded a royal publishing house, the Regia Stamperia. In 1755, Ottavio Antonio Baiardi, a cousin of the prime minister, published a catalog of ancient monuments unearthed in Herculaneum with descriptions of nearly 3,000 works arranged by type, paintings, bronze and marble statues, bronze vases, etc. But no illustrations at all. The Royal Publishing House printed 1,700 copies. In the same year, Charles appointed a new prime minister, Bernardo Tanucci, who enlisted 15 top scholars to form a committee to study the finds from the Bourbon excavations all around the Bay of Naples and publish them. And he hired 25 illustrators and engravers. The new series, L'Antichità di Ercolano, eventually had 8 magnificent folio volumes, 5 on paintings, 2 on bronzes, and 1 on lamps and candelabra. The first was published in 1757 and the last in 1792, but none on marbles. Camillo Paderni, the director of the Museo Ercolanese, designed this portrait of Charles, the frontispiece for all but one of the volumes of Antiquità. Footnotes in this volume are usually longer than the texts. Early finds were cataloged, like these large frescoes found in 1739, but cracks and irregularities were hidden, but missing parts shown, as with the Theseus on the far right. The print run for the first volume was 2,100 copies, and each volume was highly sought after. Now, back to 1748, the year in which Pompeii was found. At first, Pompeii was thought to be Stabia, but then Stabia was found. These sites were close to the surface. They could be excavated more easily through open trenches, and visitors could have easy access. Alcubierre, who took credit for discovering Herculaneum, got a subordinate named Karl Weber to take over daily supervision of all the sites. Weber, too, was a military engineer and an architect, and he knew Spanish as well as local dialects. In 1750, when Karl Weber took on daily oversight of the excavations, a new site had just been found by well diggers working between Portici and Resina. It's circled here. At a depth of nearly 100 feet, the well shaft came down on a floor, circular mosaic, with a geometric design of concentric circles in triangles of black Africano marble and yellow giallo antico. It was the first known as the Villa Suburbana. It was the floor of a round pavilion, circled in red here, and from there the diggers followed the long passageway past 2 rooms, circled in black, with bronze and marble fountain figures and the statue of a boy. found in March 1751. They had already found, since 1738, more than 20 over life-size bronze and marble portrait statues in the theater at Herculaneum and the so-called Basilica, as well as 2 over life-size marble equestrian statues and pieces of the large bronze quadriga illustrated earlier. The tunnel, the so-called Gruta Derecha, continued to the west alongside the pool and the large garden. Weber's plan also includes descriptions of what he found, a few pictures of statues, dates, and locations of finds. But his plan wasn't published for 125 years. So studies were based on the objects more than on the context that Weber had so carefully recorded. In 8 years of work in the Villa dei Papiri, they also found all sorts of things, from hundreds of fish hooks, which Weber didn't count, to mosaic floors, to hinges for doors. Also about 90 bronze and marble statues and busts, many subjects, types, styles, and sizes, evidently collected over time, late Republican through Julio-Claudian, and people flocked to Naples to see the growing collection in the Royal Museum. In 1751, just a year after excavations had begun in what we now call the Villa dei Papiri, excavation reached the tablinum, which yielded the first papyrus rolls. Weber wrote this note: a broken bronze dish, 12 papyri, and 6 pieces of mosaic. He recorded everything and showed on his plan where it all came from, and he counted the objects. In room G, he recorded 101 papyri, 2 carbonized boxes, 1 larger than the other, with 20 large, 20 medium, and 20 small papyri. And in room 5, papyri, about 87 in 19 piles. Another 161 were whole, 101 broken, and a pile of writing tablets, half broken. Also in the area, they found a large marble statue of Minerva in room H, the goddess of wisdom, and nearby in room 8, 3 small inscribed busts, which Weber names Epicurus, Hermarchus, and Zeno. The Officina dei Papiri was founded in 1755. The first volume of the official publication of the Papiri came out almost 40 years later in 1793, Herculaneum voluminum quae super sunt. That was the year after the 8th and final volume of the Antiquità de Ercolano appeared. I have surveyed here something of the early history of the Spanish Bourbon excavations at Herculaneum. That is, the story of Herculaneum before the papyri. Some of the problems today are to excavate below the modern town, to conserve, to study what we already have. Most basically, shall we concentrate on art, material culture, or papyri, or shall we all collaborate? I thank you on behalf of Carol Mattusch.
Ringraziamo Kenneth Lapatin al posto di Carol Mattusch, che aveva presentato effettivamente una relazione molto interessante sulla storia anche della pubblicazione dei reperti a partire dai disegni intagliati, che è una pubblicazione poco nota, e andando in avanti. Se hai ripreso fiato possiamo partire con la tua relazione.
Sì.
Io non so se c'era qualche, non credo domande ovviamente da fare a Carol Mattusch, ma se c'è qualche osservazione, se no lasciamo direttamente la parola a Kenneth, che vi comincio a presentare per chi non lo conosce già. Lui è curatore della sezione di antichità al John Paul Getty Museum. Si è molto occupato di Ercolano e della Villa dei Papiri, e in particolare ha curato una mostra bellissima nel 2019, Buried by Vesuvius, Treasures of the Villa dei Papiri, e effettivamente anche oggi focalizzerà l'attenzione sulle famose danzatrici. Il titolo della sua relazione, non so se è già pronto.
Ecco, sì.
Eccolo.
Anche voglio da parte mia ringraziare l'organizzatore, per me è un grande onore essere qui con voi, e come le altre cambio adesso per fare la presentazione in inglese. In April 1754, 4 years after they began exploring the site that has come to be known as the Villa dei Papiri, workers in the employ of the King of Naples, under the direction of the Swiss military engineer Karl Weber, unearthed from a labyrinth of tunnels underneath the Bosco di San Agustin in the modern city of Portici what would eventually be recognized as the southern colonnade of a large peristyle garden of a luxurious Roman villa on the Bay of Naples that had been buried by the eruption of Mount Vesuvius in AD 79. They discovered there the first of a series of bronze female figures. This one was the first found. Then, just over a month later, in May, they found this one, described as 6 palms high, of a clothed woman, complete with the base. And then, in June, they found another, and in July, a fourth, missing its head and chest, according to Weber, as well as her right arm, which were subsequently restored. These are all sketched and labeled on Weber's famous plan with the Roman numerals 18 to 21. And then a fifth, sketched in the plan but not labeled, was found later in October of 1756, outside of the colonnade, about 29 meters to the northwest, apparently displaced by the force of the volcanic flow. All of these statues are about 1.5 meters tall. They stand barefoot on bronze bases that are semicircular in the rear, and they wear a heavy Doric peplos. They are early classical in style and stand with weight on one leg, with the bent knee of the other relaxed leg visible underneath the strong vertical folds of their drapery. Above the waist, the overfolds of their peploi are fewer, falling in curves from their underlying breasts and vertically alongside them. The figure's bare arms and hands are all in different positions, raised, lowered, and attending to their drapery. No evidence of attributes or any other objects they might have held is preserved. Although each wears a diadem, fillet, or headband, they have different hairstyles, as seen, for example, in these 3 engravings from the 6th volume of the Antiquità di Ercolano Esposte, dedicated to large bronzes, published in Naples in 1771. The bronze peplophoroi also preserve their original inlaid eyes of bone and colored stone, as well as, in some cases, copper and other metal inlays in their headbands and the hems of their garments. Although generally early classical in style, the figures also present details from the late Archaic and Hellenistic periods, marking them as eclectic creations, a distinction lost on the earliest scholarly commentators, some of whom considered them to be Greek originals rather than products of the late Republic or early Roman Empire. The identity of these peplophoroi has engendered even more discussion than their date. In his plan of the ancient villa, drawn between 1754 and 1758, Weber described one simply as a draped woman, mujer vestida. Weber's supervisor, Roch Joaquin de Alcubierre and Francesco La Vega, were similarly vague in their reports. The common identification of the figures as dancers is often attributed to Johann Joachim Winckelmann, who praised these statues as, quote, the most beautiful found at Herculaneum, but also observed that they, quote, show little action. Neither do they have any attributes that would allow us to identify them with any certainty, close quote. Winckelmann also noted that one raises her skirt a little as if dancing, but he ultimately identified them as nymphs, very reminiscent of the description by Longus in Daphnis and Chloe, because they too stood around a pool. Subsequently, others have called these figures, whose feet are planted firmly on the ground, priestesses, Vestal virgins, maidens, matrons, actresses, Christophoroi, basket carriers, Canephoroi, jar carriers, Hydrophoroi, water carriers, and Danaids, the mythical daughters of King Danaos of Egypt, or of Argos, depending, who were punished for the murder of their husbands by being tasked perpetually to fill leaky water jars. This last interpretation was appealing, apparently, to John Singer Sargent, who used the Herculaneum statues as models for his depictions of the Danaids at the Boston Museum of Fine Arts. But the Danaids appear to be more frequently depicted in post-antique art than in ancient art. Here are two versions depicting their crime and their subsequent punishment. In ancient art, Danaids do appear as minor characters in the so-called Odyssey landscapes, frescoes discovered on the Esquiline Hill in 1828, and they also appear holding hydriae on 4th century BC South Italian vases depicting the underworld. At the Getty Villa in Malibu, a replica of the ancient Villa dei Papiri, where I'm privileged to work, one-to-one scale copies of the 5 bronzes produced by the Fonderia Artistica Chiurazzi in Naples have been placed around the narrow pool in the small square peristyle in 5 of 6 semicircular niches that appear well suited to accommodate their semicircular bases. And in 2002, this computer-generated replica of the ancient villa was published with semicircular bases of the statues located outside of the fountain. There is, however, no evidence of such bases in Weber's plan of the inner square peristyle of the ancient villa. And if these statues were placed within the niches of the pool, they would likely have been submerged underwater. It seems far more probable that these niches were designed for nesting fish rather than housing statues. Nor is there any archaeological evidence for a 6th statue of this type. This 1858 reconstruction of the ancient villa's large rectangular peristyle, though in many ways fanciful, at least places the Peplophorai closer to their archaeological find spots, though outside rather than within the colonnade, and on both sides of the long pool rather than simply on one side, which would be your left. The Herculaneum Peplophorai, in any case, have nonetheless continued to be associated with Danaids, largely on account of ancient literary sources that mentions images of them prominently displayed in the portico Augustus built adjacent to his home in the Temple of Apollo on the Palatine, where female hip herms carved in dark and red stone, now in the Palatine Antiquarium, seem to resemble some of the Herculaneum bronzes. Daniel Healy, however, has challenged the notion that these abbreviated decorative hip herms are Danaids at all. He has argued that the statues on the Palatine recorded in literary sources were large-scale male and female statue groups depicting the women and their husbands during the crime rather than suffering their punishment. It should also be noted that other sculptures bearing closer similarity to some of the Herculaneum peplophroi existed elsewhere, such as this fine marble from the Gardens of Sallust, now in Boston. The Romans, as we know, adopted and adapted a variety of statue types for diverse uses, and the Herculaneum bronzes should also be viewed in this light. As Karl Mattusch and Henry Lee have demonstrated, the alloy and technique of the 5 figures from Herculaneum, as well as their analogous scale and style, indicate a close relationship in their production. That is to say, they were very likely produced in the same workshop at the same time and form a group. More recently, as part of an interdisciplinary imaging project addressing ancient replicas in general, Kyoko Sengoku Haga and her colleagues in Japan observed that several specific features of the Herculaneum peplophroi are virtually identical. This slide shows their comparison of the figure's right feet, green signaling a match, indicating that they were likely cast from the very same molds. And this is in no way surprising, for ancient bronzes were produced using and reusing models and molds, as can be seen on the famous early 5th century BC Athenian red figure foundry cup now in Berlin, depicting various stages of bronze casting. And I call your attention with the red circle to models for a pair of feet hanging behind the central figures, and these could be used over and over again. The faces of the Herculaneum peplophroi, too, are nearly identical as previously observed, with broad cheeks, straight noses, and small bow-shaped mouths with inset lips, although changes to their hairstyles and the angles they were set on their bodies somewhat disguise this similarity. And this digital comparison, again, by the Japanese team, green marks similarity. Entirely unexpected, however, was the discovery by the Japanese team that the faces and feet of the Herculaneum papyri resemble not only those of one another, but also those of the so-called Stephanos athlete, a marble statue of the youth now in the Villa Albani, signed by the 1st century BC sculptor Stephanos, a pupil of Pasiteles. Pasiteles is well known from ancient literary sources to have been a native of Magna Graecia, where he was renowned in 1st century BC Rome, and he produced retrospective sculpture in diverse media and even wrote a now lost 5-volume history of sculpture. As for Stephanos himself, Pliny the Elder specifically mentions that Asinius Pollio, a lieutenant of Julius Caesar and an avid art collector, owned a group of Apiades, nymphs of the Aqua Appia, Rome's earliest aqueduct, made by Stephanos. Ovid also mentions these figures in the Ars Amatoria, both singularly and in the plural, and he indicates that they adorned a fountain near the temple of Venus Genetrix in Rome's Forum Iulium. He also calls Venus herself Appias in the Remedia Amoris, while Cicero, in a letter to Appius Claudius Pulcher, says he will dub a statue of Minerva Appias in honor of Appius, suggesting the further fame of Stephanos' statues. Excavations in Caesar's Forum, directly in front of the Temple of Venus Genetrix, have revealed foundations of a fountain associated with the Appiades. Unfortunately, not enough of its superstructure survives to determine what, if any, statues it might have carried. Now, long prior to the scientific excavation of Caesar's Forum, Ennio Quirino Visconti associated a fragmentary female marble figure holding a large shell found further southwest in the Forum Pacis and reconstructed it in the Museo Pio Clementino with one of the Appiades of Stephanos. But this figure bears little resemblance to Stephanos' known worth in retrospective styles. In any case, somewhat puzzling to scholars has been the rationale for the presence of the Appiades in the Forum of Caesar at all. The Aqua Appia, the very first of Rome's aqueducts, ran for more than 16 kilometers from the hills east of the city and terminated near the Porta Trigemina in the Forum Boarium, not really close to the Forum of Caesar. It was built, of course, by Appius Claudius Caecus in 312 BC with his co-censor Gaius Plautius Venox. Appius Claudius Caecus was also famous for the construction of the Via Appia. I wonder if Caesar or his heir might have sought not just to hark back to the earliest major public works project that brought water into the city of Rome, but also to the remarkable career of the man responsible, who not only produced them while serving as censor, but also prolonged his tenure in that office from 18 months to 5 years, and then later became dictator as well as interrex. The precise date of the fountain in the Forum Julium itself is unclear, and it is known that the Forum was unfinished at the time of Caesar's death and was completed by Augustus. And in 33 BC, Agrippa repaired the Aqua Appia, and Augustus himself notably added a new feeder branch called the Appia Augusta. If Stephanos' stylistically retrospective group of Appian nymphs might have played upon some of these historical associations in the very public setting of Caesar's Forum and competed with Bacchic fountain figures erected in the portico of Pompey, a replica series erected elsewhere need not have conveyed all of these same meanings, whether in, say, Asinius Pollio's art collection, nor in the more private setting of the Villa dei Papiri at Herculaneum, a paradisiacal retreat widely thought to have belonged to two Epicureans, Julius Caesar's father-in-law, Lucius Calpurnius Piso Caesoninus, and his son, Lucius Calpurnius Piso Frugi Pontifex, who served as a high-ranking official under Augustus and then Tiberius. These two men, like Asinius Pollio, would have had the means and opportunity to commission a duplicate set of Stephanos' Appiades, and for them these figures, who like other mythical nymphs tend to exist in odd rather than even numbers, might have seemed appropriate adornments for their well-watered villa on the Bay of Naples, a site that through its lush gardens and rich sculptural program of both historical portraits and mythological figures in a paradisiacal setting laid claim to a wide range of cultural, religious, and political associations. Thank you for your attention.
Grazie moltissime a Kenneth Lapatini per questa brillante relazione e nuova identificazione delle cosiddette ballerine con il gruppo delle Appiadi. Non so se c'è qualche domanda o qualche intervento. Sì?
Thank you for that very tempting identification of these wonderful statues. do you think, if they are what they appear to be, that they could have been made from the original molds from which because Rodin used to do that, and we have so many multiple Rodins, would they have been made in the same way as that? That was my question.
Thank you, Richard. Absolutely. We today, following Winkelmann and ancient sources, tend to privilege bronzes over marbles as, the unique masterpieces of Greek masters. But they were made through the lost wax bronze casting process from molds that could be reused over and over again. Paradoxically, it's the marbles that are unique because they are carved by hand. And there is, mounting evidence of statues being made repeatedly by molds or components being recombined, like the flip books we played with as children. Lysippus is reported to have made 1,500 statues in his lifetime. And this is crazy unless you think he kept reusing his models and just changing the details in the wax. So I think these are, a replica series. And if we believe that the villa belonged to the Pisones, which is a supposition but not proven, we can then link the family association to Caesar with the public monuments with the ability to collect privately. So this is far from proven, but I think is very suggestive and not at all improbable. For me, the big problem, again, as we've talked about the villa, is the chronology. Is this Piso and Caesar, or rather Caesar and Piso in Rome and Herculaneum, or is it Octavian Augustus Agrippa in Rome and then Piso Jr. in Herculaneum, and how this plays? And I'm still, as you heard, a little baffled why Appiades and Caesar, but maybe it's the extraordinary career of Appius Claudius that provides a model for Caesar. But again, there's a lot to play with here and very difficult to prove. Thanks, Richard.
C'è un altro intervento, forse vedo in fondo alla sala.
Thank you so much. That was really fascinating. I just wonder whether the alternative conjecture of Appius Claudius Pulcher being the owner of the villa might be a really good fit as well.
Certainly, that's not impossible. And then you can play with, Appiades and Appiades. It doesn't explain quite why they're in the form of Caesar, but makes them very attractive at the Villa dei Papiri. Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Is there anything to say about the number 5? That there are 5 of them? You seem somewhat confident that there aren't more, that there should have been more found if there were more. So are there 5 Appian nymphs, or is there anything where we can use the number 5 to identify?
This is a great question. Thank you. We don't really have a number for the Appian nymphs, but something that is interesting, that the numbers of nymphs and muses and graces seem to be odd. 9 muses, 3 graces, 9, 7, so 5. I think the idea that there's another one somewhere, largely somewhere in Herculaneum, largely arises from the desire to put them in those 6 niches, so one must be missing. And in some reconstructions of the villa, the much smaller female figure, the so-called praying figure, is added in to make up 6. As we've learned from the more recent excavations at the villa by Professor De Simone, and then the further work by Maria Paola Guidobaldi in the Soprintendenza, it really seems to confirm that Weber was very, very thorough, and at least on the level that he dug, he found what was to be found. And where new things have been found, they've been found elsewhere where he didn't dig. So I don't believe that there's going to be a sixth figure. And I guess if I wanted to believe the sixth, I'd have to believe there'd be a seventh as well to keep the odd number. But I don't want to go there. I also think that although it doesn't make sense to our aesthetic to put statues in a colonnade behind the columns where Weber found 4 of the 5, that's our problem, not the Romans. I think methodologically, it's like totally amending a text to say what you want it to say, to move these statues from where we found them. That's all we know about where they were, to say they were originally somewhere else, they fit really well here, and they must have been moved in antiquity for some reason we don't know. I think there were 5, and I think we've got to think of them, you know, where Weber found them. The one clearly was displaced.
Ken, I heard you talk about this once before, and so clear and so compelling. Thank you. The state of conservation for the 5th statue that was found, not in the line over by the colonnade. Any information about the if the statue was blasted from some other place, was it damaged in a way that the others were not?
Weber records that parts had broken apart, and to be honest with you, I haven't revisited the details of that statue. You know, the most recent kind of conservation study of that statue was done a generation ago by Henry Lee and Carol Mattusch, and they took X-rays and did alloy analysis. And to be honest, I didn't go so deeply into the weeds. I was spending my time figuring out the aqua appia and what this is. So I would refer you back to Carol Mattusch and Henry Lee's book on the Villa dei Papiri sculptures and the scientific work they did. Thank you, Roger.
Bene. Se non ci sono altre domande, come preannunciato da Gianluca Del Mastro, abbiamo un ospite che è la neodirettrice del Parco Archeologico di Ercolano, la dottoressa Federica Colaiacono, che forse voleva dire 2 parole o fare un saluto. La invitiamo a prendere posto.
Grazie a tutti per l'invito, agli organizzatori, al presidente del Centro Internazionale di Studi sui Papiri Ercolanesi. Ringrazio il professor Gianluca Del Mastro e tutti voi studiosi di papiri, studiosi di archeologia che oggi siete intervenuti qui in una delle giornate di un ricco programma, di un convegno quanto mai interessante che parla al futuro, così come il sito di Parco Archeologico di Ercolano guarda al futuro. Quindi vi aspetto non soltanto in quest'estate, dove continueranno le numerosi appuntamenti anche in serata dei venerdì di Ercolano, in settembre gli Ozi di Ercole, ma anche a tutte le attività che stiamo mettendo in campo, in primis quella appunto di rendere il parco ancora più accessibile, inclusivo, e quindi potenziare progetti di valorizzazione, inclusione, di accessibilità e, perché no, riaprire al pubblico la magnifica Villa dei Papiri. Io vi ringrazio, buon lavoro e venite a trovarmi al Parco Archeologico di Ercolano, perché le attività e il programma, non soltanto estivi ma anche quelli invernali, con un ricco calendario di appuntamenti casomai da svolgere insieme, saranno assai numerosi. Grazie ancora.
Grazie a lei. Di casa.
Giusto per ringraziare ancora Paola Dal Conso, che ha diretto questa sessione bella densa del nostro convegno. E adesso abbiamo il pranzo fino alle 14, riprendiamo alle 14:30. Grazie.
pensavo 25. Ok, va bene. D'accordo. Buon pomeriggio, bentornati. Se qualcuno può chiudere la porta alla fine. Allora, buon pomeriggio, bentornati. Mi fa piacere inaugurare questa prima sessione pomeridiana con Holger Eisler, che oltre ad essere un punto di riferimento imprescindibile per i nostri studi, è un amico di Napoli e di tutti quanti noi. Holger è professore di papirologia all'Università di Heidelberg, nonché membro del Centro Internazionale per lo studio dei papiri ercolanesi Marcello Gigante. Ha pubblicato numerosissimi contributi di papirologia ercolanese che includono edizioni critiche parziali, saggi interpretativi, articoli sulla storia degli studi e della collezione. È ideatore di un fondamentale metodo di ricostruzione virtuale su base matematica dei papiri di Ercolano e ha collaborato in una maniera determinante all'inserimento dei papiri ercolanesi nel DCLP, il Digital Corpus of Literary Papyri, consultabile sul sito papyri.info. Senza rubare altro tempo, prego. Ti ringrazio della presentazione e parlo in inglese, o quello che chiamo inglese. I'm very pleased and grateful to have the opportunity to participate in this wonderful conference, even if only as a short-term guest. Devo partire domani. The topic of my presentation is broad in... non si sente? Così? Ok. The topic of my presentation is broad in scope but narrow in application and, on the one hand, largely exploratory and experimental. On the other hand, the tools I use may not always be state-of-the-art. Okay. Try not to move. Thus, I would be grateful for any feedback on this matter. The research is based on new digital image of several papyri unrolled using Pietro's machine, which were kindly provided to me by the team in Kentucky. These have the advantage for my purpose that each one depicts a complete cornice and also includes a scale bar. The scale bar can be automatically read, thus enabling the direct conversion of pixel dimensions from images to millimeters, so real measurements. My analysis is based on a segmentation of the image into text regions, the columns and lines. Here you can see the corresponding highlighting in eScriptorium. This platform provides a user interface for the open source HTR system Kraken. The current focus of our work is on the layout analysis of Greek literary papyri from Egypt. The main work is done by Oliver Donat as a dissertation on the layout of ancient books, which I'm supervising. So this is a side product and application. The segmentation shown here and the scripts for extracting and standardizing the data were created by him. I conducted the analysis and produced the graphics with the help of ChatGPT, I have to admit. While our segmentation models already yield good results for the Egyptian papyri, there is still quite some fine-tuning needed to apply them to the Herculaneum papyri. So here an uncorrected segmentation result out of the box, and you see problems with column recognition and lines. First of all, I would like to point out some difficulties with the data that arise even when it is entered manually by a staff member familiar with Egyptian papyri. I assume that even in the best case scenario, our models will hardly be able to provide more accurate data automatically. A general difficulty is the presence of gaps and incomplete lines. I've marked two different cases in green. On the left, a portion of the papyrus is broken off, so the lines end prematurely. This phenomenon also occurs frequently in Egyptian papyri. In the box on the right, you can't see it, but here you can see it. The papyrus is present, but it's so damaged that it's not immediately clear whether any letters have survived,
and whether they belong to the same layer as the surrounding text. The problem of unclear positioning, sovereign sottoposti, is specific to the Herculaneum papyri. Marked in red, you can see an example of the resulting errors. In these areas, on the right, in the middle column, the lines appear to rise towards the end of the line. However, this effect is merely the result of the original's positioning on the cardboard, so not original scroll. In contrast, there are stratigraphic issues in the left column of the red box, which are already hinted at by the curved first line. When we look at the enlarged image, we can immediately see that the right-hand portions of the lines are line beginnings. In fact, they are sovraposti that belong to the beginning of the following column. In the segmentation, the coordinates for the lines come from different columns and are mixed together. So that's unclear data. These few examples alone make it clear that the data underlying my analysis is flawed despite human correction. At the same time, I expect that it will not be possible to collect completely error-free data on a large scale in the foreseeable future. The question I'm going to explore is, therefore, what conclusions can we draw from data flawed in this way? Or, to put it in more technical terms, despite all the noise, are there still recognizable signals for automated layout analysis? As a partial answer, I would like to present two examples. One is a well-known and well-documented phenomenon, the other is more experimental. The well-known phenomenon is located directly below the section we have just examined, in the middle of column 7 of PHerc 152-157. I'm showing an enlarged detail. In the red box, there is a change in format in which the lines become longer and at the same time more densely spaced. So you can see the corresponding green boxes corresponding to 3 lines in the upper part and to 4 lines in the lower part. This was noticed as early as 1885 by Walter Scott. In light of this format change, the error noted in the identification of the sovraposto in the upper right corner takes on even greater significance, obviously because we are from the part before and after the change of format. In 2017, I illustrated this change in format by an overview of the number of lines per column and the number of letters per line. Of course, there are some uncertainties associated with these figures as well, which I won't go into further here. However, in the chart, the change of format with increased writing density is obvious. The number of lines rises from 32 to 40, and the average of letters per line is increased from 30 to 36, 38. As one would expect, such a format change is easily recognizable from our measurements as well. To conduct the analysis, the values of this markup were exported as JSON files from the coordinates in a scriptorium. The data structure corresponds to the underlying images, meaning one JSON file per Konice. And here you can see an example. We have first the image scale for converting pixels to millimeters, followed by the dimension of the individual text regions, our columns, and for the lines there are some general specifications, followed, that's the part indented furthest to the right, by the coordinates of the baseline. The line length, the angle of inclination, that is the deviation from the horizontal, and the distances to the next line at different positions, at the beginning of the line, at the end of the line, and as an average value. For the analysis, I used this data alone and referred to the images for verification. To analyze format change, I first examined the average line spacing. Both in the absolute values and in the moving average of 5 lines each, the format change is immediately apparent across the sequence of lines. Various statistical methods may be applied for analysis and visualization. For example, the cumulative sum of the differences between the data volumes, CUSUM, makes the inflection points in a data series more visible, and the path pruned exact linear time algorithm is used to decompose a sequence into statistically largely homogeneous subintervals. The graph shows the combination of the two as methods to produce 3 homogeneous regions, and the transition point falls exactly on the line we expected. We can perform the same analysis for line length as we did for line spacing. Once again, column 7 shows a clear shift both in the absolute values and in the moving averages. And the Cousin-Peld analysis produces a similar pattern. A slightly narrower upper section of column 7 is followed by a wider format that continues through to the end of the cornice. Overall, it can be said that the change in format causes the line spacing to decrease by about 20%, while at the same time the lines become about 5 to 8% longer. It was previously unknown, however, that prior to this increase, there was a slight decrease in density in the upper part of column 10, in both in terms of line spacing and line length. I will not go further into the consequences of this here. As a first result, we may thus conclude that based on such data, large-scale and permanent changes in the format can be identified with some confidence. The challenge, however, lies in local variations. For various reasons, the most suitable example appears to be PHerc 1021, which contains a draft version of Philodemus Index Academicorum. Some of you have certainly studied this papyrus more extensively than I have, and the editors of the last 2 complete editions are present at our conference. I hope they are still here. I hope that they will be willing to provide more detailed information where needed later during discussion. Let me nevertheless begin the analysis by summarizing the distinctive feature and difficulties of this papyrus. Thank you. Probably the most important feature of this scroll is the presence of 2 types of colesses in the sheet joins. In this example, the 2 are situated side by side to the left and to the right of column 32. The one on the right may be somewhat clear on the photograph. The orientation, however, is crucial. While the left joint marked in red runs perpendicular to the scroll in the direction of writing, the right one marked in blue is tilted to the right and lies parallel to the left margin of the following column, which is following Marse's law. This pattern continues in the lower part of the column, and here the situation again to the whole height. This type of colesis is not an isolated case in the scroll. In columns 11 to 14, we find 3 vertical regular coleses as well as another diagonal one in between. It seems likely that the blue join was carried out only after the columns had been written and that it was oriented according to their shape. To illustrate this feature of a reassembled working copy, we might refer to this overview to the scroll. Albeit outdated in some minor respects, it shows the secondary coleses marked in red and lists duplicates in the text, that is, passages that appear twice in the roll and were presumably intended to appear only once in the final version. It is striking that the duplicates marked in lighter and darker shades occur primarily in connection with the secondary collation joins. This would be the case if the sections to be joined by the secondary joins did not end and begin exactly at the column boundary, so that an additional section had to be shifted in each instance. In some places, the continuity of the text, symbolized by arrows, also makes an insertion very likely, such as with column 9 to 12, where the text runs continuously from column 4, now 8 asterisk, directly to column 13. There were various symbols to produce a continuous text. But in addition, there is a possibility that I pointed out 7 years ago, but which, to the best of my knowledge, has not yet been systematically investigated. At the time, I assumed that this feature occurred at the secondary joining points between column 17 and 18, as well as between column 23 and 24. My hypothesis was that a few lines were originally left blank at the beginning and end of each thematic section in order to provide a buffer for inserting transitional text in case of rearrangements. Let's first have a look at the transition from column 17 to 18. In the illustration, we see the upper part of column 18, that is the right side of the join, and the following column. Column 18, in its current form, begins one line lower than the following column. Its first line is aligned with the second line of that column, and the first two lines are spaced further apart than the following the lines of the following column. One gets the impression that the scribe attempted to reduce text density in order to fill a given space. In other words, that a buffer left at the top of column 18 did not need to be fully utilized because the transition text turned out to be shorter than intended or planned. Conversely, the buffer appears to have been insufficient at the join from column 23 to 24. The text at the end of column 23 is very densely packed, and the column has an increased line count of 47 lines, even though the column intends only one line lower toward the bottom margin than the following column. The last lines of it are written with narrower spacing and smaller letters, and they are also longer than usual. We thus see an attempt to squeeze an excessively long amount of text into a given space. I assume that this adjustment only made sense after the secondary join had been completed, meaning the space had been left free blank beforehand. It is clear that this stretching and compressing of the text presupposes a spatial limitation imposed by some existing text, obviously. It is, by its very nature, the intention behind these adjustments is to make them as inconspicuous as possible. And they are also limited to specific areas. Given the damaged surface and the already irregular layout, we should expect them difficult to detect. I'm thus far from claiming to have identified all instances, but I intend to show a few results that may deserve closer examination. For the sake of completeness, so now the new results based on the layout analysis. For the sake of completeness, I would like to point out that the columns in this papyrus are often even more damaged than the previous we have seen from PHerc 152-57. Consequently, some regions were considered only for specific analysis but omitted in others. The first attempt to identify columns which are was to identify columns which are offset relative to one another, that is, where the first or the last line is significantly higher or lower than those of the surrounding columns. The calculation proved difficult, and apart from a few outliers in the lower end, I was unable to find any new interesting cases in this way. What strikes me as interesting, however, is the comparison of the upper and lower profile lines of the column edges, which I show here superimposed in a stylized version. The lines appear to run largely in parallel, giving the impression that the columns are shifted vertically relative to one another rather than actually varying greatly in height. However, this question certainly remains further investigation. I was also unable to obtain any meaningful results regarding line length and just confirm that the slant of the columns, Marse's law, remains very constant throughout the entire roll. Once again, line spacing proved to be the most interesting factor. To identify local variations, I examined 3 different sections of each column, the first and the last 4 lines, as well as a block of 4 contiguous lines in the middle of the column. Fragments that were too small were not taken into account. Thus, there are some gaps in the schema of the whole scroll. The graph shows the result of comparing the average line spacing of these groups with the mean line spacing of the respective cornice. The mean line spacing varies between 1.5 and 1.9 millimeters across the cornices, and the areas that deviate more than half a millimeter, so that's quite a narrow measurement, from the mean value of the original cornice are highlighted. The darker areas have a smaller line spacing, higher text density, while the lighter areas have a larger line spacing and thus lower text density. The graphical representation could certainly be improved and needs clarification in some places. Nevertheless, the pattern becomes apparent as soon as we compare it with the secondary collaces. The 2 collaces I used as examples before are marked in blue, the others in red. Again, the significant deviations occur predominantly before or after these secondary joints, while there are also joints where no anomalies were detected. I can show 2 live examples. So here we have another example, column 12 to 13, 2 green boxes, again 3 lines corresponding to 4, and there is another one that I have omitted to sum up because I'm already at the end of the time. I was able to use these analyses as a heuristic tool to filter out potentially relevant passages, which then still had to be verified independently, looking at the original. On the other hand, or the photo, on the other hand, the global statistics and visualization I showed should be treated with caution. They contain some confirmed false positives and, at the same time, some clear omissions. Nevertheless, the additional evidence found in this way fits into the overall picture on the basis of which I draw my conclusions. So I suppose that the composition of the scroll, the recomposition of the scroll is the case of these disruptions in the textual layout. And this is only possible if the affected passages were written in the course of the rearrangement. Furthermore, since the secondary collaces always runs exactly between the columns, this section must have been written, at least in part, previously. All this supports my earlier hypothesis that in a first step, parts of the columns were left blank in order to accommodate later text for the transitions. There is no doubt that further and more in-depth research is needed to fully understand the genesis of this scroll. For now, I wanted to show that layout data can contribute not only to the classification of entire scrolls, but also to their internal analysis. In addition, it should also be noted that segmentation is a prerequisite for future automated text recognition. I will conclude with 2 suggestions or recommendations. Just 2 minutes. In my view, it would be important to establish a technical standard for this coordinate data and to begin systematically collecting and compiling it. A large-scale and proper statistical analysis would no doubt yield many results that go far beyond this exploratory assessment. Ultimately, the segmentation of the images remains piecemeal if it's not conducted on real reconstruction of the scroll. So if we work on the photographs with the sovrapposti and sottoposti, we introduce errors in the data. So more reliable data could be obtained through the line detection applied to corrected reconstruction like those produced with Make-it. It would thus be useful to have a way either to export these reconstruction in a format easy to process, or to include the ability to mark individual lines in Make-it, or ideally both. Thank you for your attention, and I hope to have concluded.
Grazie Holger, grazie anche per aver tagliato all'ultimo minuto, 5 minuti in più che avevi preparato, e essere stato fondamentalmente puntuale. C'è qualcuno che vuole fare qualche domanda, osservazione?
Grazie, Holger. Thank you very much, Holger, for this fascinating talk. So this was a very important discovery, the discovery of the secondary collages you did. So this helped to understand much better the rendering of this manuscript, of this draft version of the Index Academicorum, this copy and paste technique. And of course, there can be no doubt that these doublets are in some way, because they always appear close to the secondary collages associated with them. I have just one question concerning column 11 and 12, where it seems that the text in column 11 is on the right position, and then it seems that there was just some blank space, and he filled it in with something which had already been written before. So this means there would be a kind of horror spatii, because he could have left this blank, so there was no need to squeeze something in or to make it bigger. So do you have an explanation for this very column? So do you just think he filled with nonsense, or with the passage already copied, he wanted to fill up the space?
I have no explanation for this, and in this analysis I did not look at content at all. So okay. I just examined the layout, and I didn't find any significant difference in spacing or line length. So we have no signal in this respect. Why the scribe wrote a given passage, I can't tell. I have no new views on that problem.
Okay, thank you.
Federico?
Thank you so much, Holger, for this presentation. It was very, very interesting to me. Thank you also for mentioning Make It and the possibility to integrate the two things. I think it's very interesting. And I also believe that, as you were saying at the end, it would be very important to train the model for segmentation on reconstructed material. I was actually wondering if it could help identifying sovrapposti and sottoposti later. So once we have a good training and the segmentation works well, I mean, the problems with layout are one of the ways we use to understand that there is something going on the point of view of stratigraphy. So do you think this could help, like combining different criteria, on one side the different layout or the disarranged layout, on the other side maybe also the 3D images from EduSlab that have also the difference in height between the different layers. And also we are planning in Unlost also to take some, to collect some data from 3D microscopes. So do you think this approach could help later in a stage where we have trained the model for segmentation to actually identify misplaced layers?
Yes, I think that layout could help to identify sovrapposti, sottoposti, yes, certainly. We would need much more precise models for the segmentation first, that's for sure, but this comes with more data in a way. On the other hand, I also believe that the more data we can combine and put together, the more possibilities we have for cross-checking. With all this data, what we can do, what I did is, normally we filter and we get some results that we have to check. So we limit let's say, the points to look at. If we have very large corpora, even this reduced set of test candidates grows. And then we need some additional filters to narrow it down to, let's say, manageable size. And there comes in additional data, additional filters that we can apply. For instance, another dimension, the stratigraphy, the 3D scans. So all this helps to keep, let's say, the work that we need to do as humans manageable, to make sure that we are actually looking at the interesting cases and not at everything that has some kind of signal. So we do not want to end up working through lists of thousands of candidates to check and to verify.
Yeah, thank you. And as a follow-up, I think for statistical data, we could also use the virtually unwrapped papyri, because in that case, we usually don't have problems with stratigraphy unless there is a problem in segmentation. So the layout of the text is really easy to detect. Of course, it would be two completely different data, because one would be from a near-infrared image, for example, and the other one would be from ink detection. So be completely different, but for statistical data, I think that would also be interesting to collect.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
you. Magari per mantenerci puntuali ci fermiamo qua con le domande e poi si può sempre continuare. Grazie Olga.
Cursor, das ist für Sie wichtig. Das mal aufmachen irgendwo.
Per recuperare tempo comincio a presentare i prossimi relatori. Jürgen Hammerstedt e Ira Rabin. Il professor Hammerstedt in questa sede non avrebbe bisogno di presentazioni, eppure per ironia della sorte oggi gli tocca la seconda dopo la prima di ieri, e proprio per questo però sarà una presentazione molto rapida. Il professor Hammerstedt insegna papirologia e filologia classica all'Università di Colonia e ci fa piacere ricordare in questa sede che è vicepresidente del Centro Internazionale per lo Studio dei Papiri Ercolanesi Marcello Gigante e membro del consiglio direttivo. I suoi vastissimi ambiti di ricerca comprendono, tra le altre cose, ci fa piacere ricordarlo qui, lo studio dei papiri di Ercolano ed in particolar modo il trattato per i retoriches di Filodemo e il 25esimo libro del Perifusios di Epicuro. Ma ricordiamo anche la ricerca sulla monumentale iscrizione di Diogene di Noanda, alla cui scoperta, edizione e interpretazione il professore ha fornito dei contributi fondamentali. Presento contemporaneamente anche Ira Rabin, possiamo dire la massima studiosa al mondo di inchiostri antichi, è ricercatrice presso il Bundesanstalt für Materialforschung und Prüfung di Berlino, appunto è specialista nell'analisi archeometrica dei materiali scrittori, studia l'evoluzione degli inchiostri dall'antichità al Medioevo e sviluppa tecniche non invasive per l'analisi dei testi antichi, manoscritti e papiri. Prego.
Grazie. Devo scusarmi, parlo inglese, non italiano, e qua io presento il lavoro di Lorenzo Angiolini. Lui è impegnato, non può venire qua oggi, ma lui ha fatto tutto il lavoro e anche la presentazione. Okay? E lui mi ha scritto che ci sono... Ah, eccolo!
Ciao Ira.
Ma vogliamo vedere la presentazione, non solo Lorenzo. Ok, Lorenzo, aiutami se non posso rispondere qualcosa. Okay?
Va bene.
Grazie. Okay, now we'll go on in English and we start with German because our DFG funded project has a very long names that we can just reduce for searching of the inks in the unrolled papyri. And actually, the idea of this project, or the idea of looking for these inks, was born 2016. during the PAPI Congress in Barcelona. And in 2016, there were three things that happened simultaneously. First of all, we already found metals in the inks of the Dead Sea Scrolls. Secondly, the first paper with lead in the inks was published. And thirdly, Bransil's unrolled Engedi scroll, which has metals, and that's why could be easily unrolled virtually. Okay? Putting all this together, we met with Jürgen and said, okay, let's start looking for the ink, for metals in these inks, because the time is perfect. In this time, there were many mixed inks, and there is a great chance that we can find metals. And if we find metals, it will help to unroll the scrolls. This was the main goal. But there is also a secondary goal, as usual. Because I'm studying the inks, I'm very interested in knowing the composition of the inks about this time in different places, and of course, different times, to see how the carbon inks moved suddenly to be iron gold inks of the Middle Ages, when it happened and why it happened. More than that, we also, of course, if we know the composition of the ink, we can actually add another tool for those who study texts of Herculaneum, another tool to sort the texts. Same way we did it actually in the Dead Sea Scrolls. Okay? When we are looking for the metals, we're not looking for any metal, but we're looking for the metals such as iron, copper, and lead. And this is because they have a very strong penetration force. Their signal penetrates very deeply, and then if we have those metals, we can be sure that we see them not only on the surface, but also the inside the scroll. When we have a scroll which is rolled, it's important that all the signal comes from the inside. The method to do this work is non-destructive. It is X-ray fluorescence, and it is irradiating the scrolls with X-rays, and the elements inside those scrolls will respond with the X-rays that we can collect. Now, we are not keeping our results to ourselves. The whole idea is collaborative. It means that we work together with a project of Federica and Bransil's, and very closely. And so on, we hope actually that the more data, like Holger just said, the more data we have together, the better is the result. So, the workflow. The project, until now, Federica Nicolardi provided information and knowledge about the papyri directly to Lorenzo. Lorenzo was making the analysis of the papyri, and he shared his data with whoever was interested to listen to him. And then we had these two different possibilities. The first one, these are unopened scrolls. And having those metals I already mentioned could be a good candidate. However, it is very boring to study all life something you don't know what's inside. So it is much better to try to arrive at these inks when you know what you look at. So that's why we decided that some of the already fragments of open scrolls will be also studied. It would help us. And Federica gave us all the possible pictures, and Lorenzo made, all in all, he made 164 different pieces, we can say. Okay, the most important thing, the information that we get from here, is not so simply to translate into unrolling a scroll, because we need to know how much metal we need actually to be able to read the scroll. So the next stage of our project, or let's say it's not the next stage, it's a parallel stage, is making mock-ups of what we have found, put them into CT machine and see, is it enough, is it not enough? At the moment, until now, we've been working with CNRS in Catania, because there is a very nice group there, people whom I know from the very beginning when they started. But these 2 days, we decided with Brent that we can basically send all these mock-ups either directly to Kentucky or make them locally there, because the data we measure here goes to his lab. He can reproduce it easily, and then he can actually already start checking about what is good and what is not good. Okay? Measurements. We do measurements with a commercial instrument. However, this instrument was specifically produced for this project. Because this instrument, it is X-ray instrument, however, it also has the ability to make pictures in infrared light. And it is because the way how we look at this is the following one. Puts the box with the scrolls, without even touching them, on the table. One brings the machine, this part, one brings towards the scroll. Here I think we have some which are, here you can see the box actually. And then you make an infrared picture. One can compare this infrared picture with those delivered to us by Federica. And then we find the area, basically not we, but him, Lorenzo, finds the area he wants to scan. And then the scanning starts. The operator, you can see here, this is quite a big machine, and the distance between the machine and the operator is about 2 meters because it's an open X-ray beam. You don't want to put an operator to any danger. So the operator sits here at the computer, and he defines everything from here and also collects the data. He runs the experiment from here. And in the background, you'll see the machine immediately analyzes the data and gives the primary result. Okay, so let's start looking at the results. Here, he is looking at the unopened scrolls, and here you have all this list of the scrolls he already looked at. And here is the area. Here's the first big picture, infrared picture. On this infrared picture, the area is defined in which the scan is produced. And so if you look on the left side, you see the same area presented in the elements. It means what you see here is the map of the element in this area. And the elements are written down there. What is interesting is nothing is there, apart from lead. And lead had a very interesting form. It has a form of lines. What it reminded us immediately, it is the work of Paola Romano, who has shown that there is a frame layout made in lead. Until now, Lorenzo will correct me if I'm wrong, this is the only unopened scroll in which this was found. Let's go to the next ones. Here you have fragments and whatnot. And here we have a challenge that we do not have on the closed scrolls, but we have some advantages because those are flat. And of course, we need a flat area to scan, it is better. But here we have another challenge. There is a cardboard. We have a support. So the fragment is on the support. And here is a main challenge. Metal iron is the most common metal after silicium on the Earth. So it's also, we have a lot of iron in this cardboard, so that's why it is a problem of the signal to noise, ratio, signal-noise ratio. However, here you can see that he has already found some elements in the inks, and especially nice, as you can see, some iron. We have iron and manganese. Iron and manganese were also found by Paola in some of the scrolls, and we also find lead. We go to the next one because we want to see how it is, of course, on the how we see those elements. Here, when we look at this this collection of the fragments, Jürgen told me that everybody knew already that number 7 didn't belong to this scroll. But believe me, when Lorenzo was doing his experiments, he didn't. However, he has found in all the fragments, he has found the elements, and now you can see how you see the elements. Here is infrared picture. Here is the map of silicium. Very good. We see text in silicium. Doesn't help us to unroll anything, but we have the composition. Potassium, very important. Doesn't help us to unroll anything, but important to see it. Here is iron, and you can immediately see that the signal-to-noise ratio in iron is much worse than every other element, and this is because of the problem of the iron that we have inside. And you can see that 7 is the only one that has no metals, clearly a different ink. Okay, good. Some kind of a proof, as you said, proof of concept. Good. Now we're going further, and we find that layout appears not only in those 4 scrolls that Paolo Romano studied, but also in other ones. And here, what is interesting, you can see text. Some of the text you can see in other elements, but you can clearly see here lead, and what is very important, phosphorus. Because here we find a new type of the ink, and if I have time, I can speak about this. But at the moment, this combination of lead and phosphorus is extremely important. We go further, we see more of this, we see more of the frame here. And again, we observe it in phosphorus and in lead. Okay, so where do we go now? We now go now just to another one to show that we have a text in iron, which is actually very good. Here is this text is very clear in iron, right? But we also have some text, the intensity is not very good, but the text in manganese, which is also important because it's a specific type of the ink we can see where we have iron and manganese. And now we are getting to the point, can we compare different scribes? Do different scribes use different inks or not, or whatever? And here is the one work that was done together with Federica, right? As far as I understand, this was done together with Federica, and in this scroll you have 2 different hands. The column 31 is written by one scribe, and column 32 by another. And when we go to the result of this, you can see immediately that we have indeed differences in the composition of the ink. And this is, first of all, very important to see that I cannot say that did they write simultaneously, did they write one after another, did they write in different times, we don't know. But we know that they were not using the same ink well. Otherwise, they would have the same ink. So they were using personal inks. At that time, it was quite usual that the scribe was doing his own inks, making his own inks, if he were not working in a very famous and known place like Chancellery or something like that. Then the ink would be supplied there. But the scribes very often made their own inks. And when they made their own inks, the inks, even if they had made it according to the same recipe, still differed one from another. Okay, I think I'm running so quickly that, I know, that's another 3, what? Okay, fine. So this one is, I mean, the problem with this presentation, or let's say the problem with this work, that at this first stage, I would go on showing, here we have another scroll, here we have another scroll, and again we found some iron, and again we found some lead. This would be boring. This will not be boring when we get a substantial body of this work. One important thing about this is that we do find metals, that we find different compositions, and there is basically the opening for the work. This is just the beginning. Though I said that we have thought about this project 10 years ago, we have received money only about 1 year ago, right? Oh, no. Anyway, it took a year to produce this instrument because it was very important, very difficult to explain to this company that I cannot work with the usual instrument because I won't be able to see anything. So it took 8 months to produce a new instrument. It took some time to bring it into the officina. Here you can see wonderfully how it was brought into the officina. First, we made a nice mistake and we gave the wrong weight to the people who were supposed to lift it. So when we brought it here and tried to put it in its normal case onto the platform, they said, no way. So we had to take it off, and at this moment, my German colleagues with whom I came here to install the machine said, okay, we go home. We take the machine, we bring it back to Berlin. But the Italians who were standing there said, oh, no, we'll find another way. And then I suggested that we take it out, and then we brought it parts by parts to the top, and everything works perfectly. So basically, Lorenzo started working in November. And in November, we have realized that our tape, the whole idea was we do not touch the scrolls. The cassetta will go out, will be put on the table, and then will work like this. But then we made wrong calculation, and the table was too high. And so I had to change it, and then the whole officina was amused by talking to me on phone. Do you bring the legs? When do you bring the legs? How the legs look like, and so on. So I'm known now like Ira with metal legs. Thank you for your attention. Lorenzo?
Yes, I'm here.
You are there. Okay.
È sparito? Vuole aggiungere qualcosa?
Non credo.
No?
You're happy?
No, io ho fatto una discussione direi abbastanza accurata di tutto il lavoro. Appunto, è dei risultati preliminari, poi muoverci.
I don't understand it.
Vabbè.
Lorenzo, è difficile.
Non si sente?
Si sente, ma non si capisce.
Non si capisce molto bene, con un po' di difficoltà.
Ok.
Sì, infatti si sente malino. Vabbè. L'importante è che voi abbiate sentito. Perfetto, meglio così. Allora, qualche domanda? Il professor Ianco voleva...
Many thanks for a very exciting presentation of some outstandingly important work to both of you. I wanted to ask, if I remember rightly, Winkelmann said that he could see red on the papyri. Was he seeing the lead outlines of the columns? And if that was so, because he said they were red, how would they have transformed over the centuries? So that's a chemical question, I guess.
Right.
Thank you.
We will not... It's interesting that if it is in lead, the question is what kind of lead it can be, right? Usually it would be, if it's red, it could be... Certainly it is something to do with lead because outlines were found only in lead. Okay, so we would say, and since we know that there is a pigment which is red and which is lead, so we can postulate that the outlines were made in red. However, it would never explain why we have phosphorus, because there is no phosphorus. So we need to understand whether the lead red that they were using in one way or another was correlated with mineralogical phosphorus. But there is another question. The question is, when we find, where was it? Here, for instance. I have found, it was a fragment, I was working in Florence with Francesca Maltomini, and she gave me a couple of fragments from Antinoe. One of those fragments, and I can even show you it, because here this is. It is a black ink, as you can see, clearly black. You can see it in infrared. Oops. You can see it in infrared, so you see it's clearly black. However, if you go onto its scan, you see that it contains both lead and phosphor. Now, we found more lead and phosphorus in different papyri. Well, again, time is whatever you want, but usually they are not before Christ. This would be not, it is first, second, Antinoe would be the first 5th century because of the excavations, and we did a big work now on some other Christian papyri, so again, we are in the 5th century, at least in the 5th century, and we do find lead and phosphor in black inks. Okay, so we're looking for it now, actually. We are looking for different minerals and whatever it can be. It is clearly not bone black, because the first idea when you see phosphor in black, you speak about bone black because it has phosphorus. However, it is not bone black because we can identify bone black. It is not.
First of all, I want to thank the project because we made some experiments on wooden tablets also, inked tablets from Herculaneum stored at the National Museum of Naples. Thank you for...
Lorenzo was making those.
Sì, Lorenzo, abbiamo fatto, abbiamo fatto degli esperimenti con Lorenzo molto interessanti e molto promettenti sulle tavolette. And second, an observation about the nature of papyri containing metal, actually, because it's the papyrus of Perifusus of Epicurus, the 3rd century BC, maybe very probably coming from Greece and not from Italy, and then a papyrus of 2nd century BC of Demetrius Leco, another author, different manufacturer of papyrus, and then papyri of 1st century BC also, and maybe papyri from 1st century AD also.
May I comment on this?
Yes, this is interesting. Different time, chronological differences, and different places also. I think this is the most important results of your research at the moment.
Well, basically, since we are doing history of the inks, then I can say that the oldest papyrus in which there was mixed inks, ink with metal and carbon ink, dates to the 4th century BC. It is found in a document, dated document in Elefantina. It's a marriage contract with clear date. And I think that the beginning of the introducing metals into the inks dates to Alexander. And you find it mostly, we don't know what is in Greece because we have no documents. However, we have documents from Egypt. And we have, of course, Dead Sea Scrolls, right? That BC. And it is probably the real beginning of transition from the perfect but very expensive carbon ink to the metallic, to the ink based on the metals that were at that period of time were not properly made, and that's why we have all these mixtures. So on one hand, they want to stretch carbon ink just to make it cheaper, so they add what not. On the other hand, the other ink is not yet perfect, so they add carbon. And this is a period of some 700-800 years that we find now mixed inks. This is kind of the result of many years research on different papyri.
Many thanks. I have 2 questions, completely unrelated. One is regarding the content of your research. If you check and the composition of the ink of a scroll, do you examine different fragments, or was this just an exception where we had the change of hand, or would you systematically do analysis of each and every piece of the column so that we can see whether there is any change within? This is the first question. Maybe
you can see here that every fragment on this was studied, not only one.
Yeah, but this is a composite cornice. So this is a nice. But you would also do it for every. Okay, then.
Now it is lifetime task. I don't know who is going to do all this. Maybe the grandchildren of Lorenzo. at the beginning, we want to start and to understand what is the number of the scrolls that contain metals. We want to understand how much metal is there. Are we going to help Rand to unroll the scrolls and to have like two groups, one group that can be unrolled easier and understood easier? Certainly, if this is successful, I'm quite sure one can get more funds and one can get a better machine. This machine is very good, but Paolo Romano in Catania has a machine with 6 detectors, which brings about 6 times more signals than what I have, with what we have here.
Okay.
So.
And the second
I cannot add something without success. If the question arises about different problems and fragments, then maybe steps for them. At the time that there was there were
I don't
know
understand.
how it's edited that were already information about the fragments, but the other differences are themselves. You are already important site. So, as you can know, we don't go into all fragments because are specified, but a question arises.
May I just add one small thing. We're going to sit together now after we have found the first inks, and we're quite happy that they are there. I think we're going to sit together another time and introduce another category on the scrolls we want to study now, and what are the exact questions. We are planning to do it together with Jürgen and with Federica, because we need to focus now a little bit more, and I would like to bring my expertise about what would be the most, let's say, inviting candidates, the most promising candidates.
Okay. Bless you. And the second question is about the huge data sets. I mean, you have collected a lot of data on the Herculaneum papyri, also on others. My question is there a technical standard that you can publish this in a machine-readable way so that we can cross-examine it and link it to other data? Or do you envisage anything that
We've been trying, this is a very good question. We've been trying actually to do so for many years, to try to compare data with other. The problem is that when you look at how these machines are built, the amount of the signal you get depends strongly on their geometry. There are too many parameters. So we're still trying to find a way how to translate some data to another. At the moment, you just take exactly the same piece, send it around. Ring follows. The things that were rings that were done in the beginning when they were doing C14. Everybody was studying exactly the same piece and getting to the results and trying to bring them to the same denominator. This is one of the work that I've been trying to do now for 20 years.
Ci sono i professori che scalpitano, però per essere rispettosi del programma magari ci fermiamo e diamo spazio ai prossimi relatori. Per il momento ringraziamo. Molte grazie.
So viel Erfahrung noch.
Ok. Allora, buon pomeriggio. Mi fa piacere introdurre gli ultimi due relatori di questa giornata, che sono Risargenko e Annick Monet, che ci presenteranno i risultati di due papiri su cui stanno lavorando, due papiri di diversa provenienza, il papiro di Derbeni e il De Sensibus di Filodemo, accomunati naturalmente entrambi dal fatto di essere carbonizzati e oggi accomunati anche dal fatto che entrambi gli studiosi ci stanno lavorando con Make It,
un software per la ricostruzione dei rotoli papiracei che abbiamo messo a punto qualche anno fa, Federica Nicolardi ed io, ancora in corso di sviluppo, quindi siamo particolarmente felici di ascoltarle su queste relazioni. Presento prima Annick Monet, che ha concentrato gran parte della sua attività di ricerca sui papiri di Ercolano. Nel 1996 ha pubblicato una splendida edizione del De Sensibus di Filodemo, su cui poi è tornata anche in altri contributi singoli. Recentemente ha esteso le sue ricerche anche alle tecniche digitali di ricostruzione dei rotoli. Ricordiamo che proprio l'anno scorso al congresso di papirologia a Colonia ha presentato i risultati di Make It sul PHerc Paris 2, quindi l'opera sulla calunnia di Filodemo, estremamente frammentaria, e oggi invece ritorna un po' al suo primo amore, presentandoci i risultati che sta ottenendo con Make It sul De Sensibus in vista di una nuova edizione. Quindi le lascio subito e volentieri la parola.
Ringrazio. Le jour où j'ai débarqué à Naples, en septembre 1982, j'ai eu toutes les peines du monde pour arriver à l'Officina dei Papiri, à travers le dédale des couloirs, et j'ai eu besoin de mon dictionnaire pour connaître la signification d'un mot qu'on me répétait sans cesse, sciopero. C'était quelques jours après l'assassinat du général de la Chiesa. Je me suis sentie un peu perdue, et j'ai été tout aussi désorientée quelques jours après, la première fois où j'ai été confrontée à un papyrus d'Herculaneum, le PHerc 19698. Y avait-il vraiment quelque chose à lire sur ces morceaux carbonisés? Heureusement, toute l'équipe de jeunes étudiants de Marcello Gigante m'a gentiment indiqué comment faire avec le papyrus, comment utiliser le microscope, comment incliner la planche pour pouvoir lire les traces qu'on devinait à peine. Je ne remercierai jamais assez Giuliana, Tiziano, Giovanni et tous les autres pour l'aide qu'ils m'ont apportée. Sans me décourager, je me suis mise au travail. Avant toute autre chose, j'ai commencé à dessiner sans préconception, sans attente, ce que je voyais. Des lettres, parfois des traces. Je me suis appliquée à faire comme les premiers dessinateurs de ces papyrus, tout en utilisant le microscope binoculaire. Un progrès par rapport à ce qu'avaient connu les dessinateurs des siècles précédents. Et parfois, un petit pinceau pour retirer les poussières du papyrus qui recouvrait certaines lettres. Le plafond, alors percé d'un dôme translucide, diffusait une lumière naturelle très agréable, même si le froid en hiver ou la chaleur étouffante en été ne l'était pas. Pour établir le texte, les dessins faits entre 1809 et 1825, quelques années seulement après le déroulement des papyrus, ont été d'une aide précieuse. D'autre part, j'ai pu obtenir du photographe de la Biblioteca Nazionale des photographies argentiques grand format dont le tirage papier a donné un rendu tout à fait acceptable. Cependant, il faut reconnaître que bien des progrès ont été accomplis depuis et que des nouvelles technologies ont contribué à faciliter, d'une manière plus ou moins importante, le travail du papyrologue et surtout à améliorer sensiblement la qualité des éditions. À la jonction entre le XXe siècle et le XXIe siècle, l'apport technologique majeur est venu des photos multispectrales, des originaux, numérisés en très haute définition que réalisa à la Biblioteca Nazionale de Naples entre 1999 et 2003 l'équipe de la Brigham Young University de Provo et qui furent enregistrés sur d'innombrables CD. Ces photographies ont permis une lecture ou relecture des passages sur ordinateur, mais en outre, elles ont permis d'améliorer le texte que j'avais édité en 1996 sur certains points. Je ne reviendrai pas sur le travail méritoire de Gianluca Del Mastro sur les subscriptiones qui, en identifiant les traces d'une lettre du titre dans un sovrapposto de la dernière colonne de la partie inférieure, a rendu plus que probable l'attribution de l'œuvre à Philodème. Certains passages restent néanmoins difficilement lisibles, même sur les MSI, et on ne peut que se réjouir de l'achèvement récent de la campagne de photographie en 3D réalisée systématiquement à Naples dans le cadre du Vesuvius Challenge. mais c'est surtout pour la réalisation de maquettes virtuelles que les MSI ont montré leur utilité. Certes, la construction de maquettes n'a pas attendu l'apparition de ces photographies multispectrales, mais elles ont permis de fabriquer des maquettes numériques de façon efficace et semi-automatisée. Ce sont ces images infrarouges qu'on appelle communément donc MSI, suturées par Frédéric Marchal, des différents fragments du papyrus de Paris, le papyrus d'Herculaneum de Paris, le numéro 2, dû à l'équipe du professeur Boras, qui ont servi à Daniel Delattre, assisté efficacement par le papyrologue Laurent Capron, pour construire une première maquette du PHerc Paris 2, en partant du principe que le travail d'épluchage n'avait causé que peu de pertes. Constatant des difficultés pour placer les fragments, il a paru nécessaire de remettre en cause l'agencement de certains d'entre eux. C'est bien plus tard que la mise au point d'un logiciel a commencé à être envisagée pour aider à mieux redisposer les fragments. Ce logiciel, Make It, élaboré par Federica Nicolardi Marzia D'Angelo et développé par la société Curious Company, qui permet de visualiser la position des différents fragments, les sotoposti et les sovraposti, ainsi que les spires, s'est avéré être, pour notre équipe, une aide précieuse pour agencer avec des mesures exactes les différentes colonnes et nous a permis, bien souvent, de confirmer l'ordonnancement initial du PHerc Paris 2, comme j'ai pu le montrer lors du congrès de papyrologie de Cologne. Cependant, faute parfois de pouvoir déterminer avec certitude la strate de certaines zones de papyrus sur les fragments, nous avons décidé de suspendre la réalisation de la maquette de la calomnie jusqu'à ce que les nouvelles images 3D soient disponibles. Forte de cette expérience sur le papyrus de Paris, j'ai voulu revenir sur le PHerc 19698, qui, contrairement au papyrus conservé à Paris, n'a pas été épluché selon la méthode d'Oslo, mais déroulé avec la machine de Piaggio. Avant d'aborder les résultats auxquels je suis arrivée en utilisant ces nouveaux outils, je voudrais évoquer les difficultés, bien différentes de celles rencontrées dans le cas du PHerc Paris 2, auxquelles j'ai été confrontée. Le rouleau a été cassé en 2 morceaux, fort vraisemblablement avant sa découverte. Ils furent déroulés à une année d'intervalle par 2 personnes différentes. Cela explique d'une part que les morceaux de papyrus des parties supérieures et inférieures n'aient pas été collés les uns en dessous des autres sur le même carton du cadre, et d'autre part que les morceaux collés sur le carton du support n'aient pas été sectionnés aux mêmes endroits du rouleau. Afin de reconstituer virtuellement le volumen et vérifier que les rapprochements que j'avais faits pour l'édition des Cronache étaient bien valables, j'ai d'abord suturé les différentes photos de détail pour reconstituer les fragments et pouvoir les introduire dans mes kits. Et cela n'a pas été sans poser de problèmes qui m'ont parfois fait douter de la pertinence du logiciel. J'ai tenté plusieurs reconstructions en partant de la toute fin du rouleau, où les spires sont les plus marquées. J'ai plusieurs fois, avec le logiciel, modifié la largeur des spires pour finalement retenir une largeur de spire de 1,5 mm. Outre ces flottements, pour trouver la bonne mesure de départ, j'ai dû supposer la perte d'1 ou 2 colonnes, parfois 3, entre certaines cornici, afin de bien faire concorder spire et emplacement des colonnes, ce qui donne le résultat suivant. D'autre part, en ce qui concerne le positionnement des morceaux du papyrus 698 dans la 3e corniche, aussi bien pour les morceaux de la partie supérieure du cadre que ceux de la partie inférieure, je me suis notamment demandé si les différents tronçons du papyrus avaient été collés de manière suivie et continue à l'intérieur du cadre. En effet, alors que pour la partie finale, c'est-à-dire la 4e corniche du papyrus 698, les morceaux des papyrus 19 et 698 ne présentent pas de coupure et concordent parfaitement pour la longueur des spires pour la largeur des spires et la position des colesseis, établir une telle concordance est plus problématique pour le troisième cadre, où il est notamment difficile d'apparier les sezioni. Si on se contente de disposer les photographies telles qu'elles ont été prises, comme par exemple ici pour la colonne 25, le positionnement des spires du morceau inférieur du papyrus 698 collé sur le cadre ne correspond pas tout à fait avec celui de la partie supérieure constituée par le papyrus 19. On voit notamment qu'une intercolonne se trouve au milieu de la colonne 26b. Il a donc fallu procéder à quelques ajustements qui ont consisté à redimensionner manuellement les morceaux afin d'éviter tout chevauchement intempestif. De même, au niveau des colonnes 19b à 24b, il a fallu sur le montage introduire un espace entre les colonnes 21b et 22b et se fier, on voit ici que les colonnes sont un peu trop étroites, et il a fallu donc se fier aux dommages récurrents que j'ai notés en vert pour retrouver un espacement correct entre les spires. J'ai dû aussi manipuler le morceau inférieur du cadre 4 du papyrus 698 pour qu'il s'adapte à la progression automatisée des spires. Par ailleurs, la présence probable d'une colessis à la colonne 25A et 25B vient corroborer la reconstruction déjà proposée par Scott. Enfin, il a fallu supposer la perte d'une colonne entre les colonnes 29A et 30A pour respecter la largeur des spires, encore une fois. Venons-en maintenant au contenu philosophique. En ce qui concerne la reconstruction du rouleau dans son ensemble, le décalage nécessaire de certaines colonnes ne bouleverse pas fondamentalement le plan de ce qui subsiste du livre. Dans les premières colonnes conservées, Philodème confronte la vue et le toucher, qui semblent ici être pris comme paradigme de toute sensation pour déterminer la manière dont se présente et agit la sensation, notamment par rapport aux notions de faculté et d'agencement, de genre et d'espèce. Philodème reprend le principe épicurien selon lequel il existe, pour le toucher comme pour la vue, une faculté unique, en dépit de variations internes secondaires qui font que le toucher, par exemple, n'est pas la vue et ne saisit pas le sensible visuel, même si, comme la vue, il peut saisir la forme, et que la manière dont les deux sens perçoivent les qualités ne procède pas de la même façon. La sensation tactile implique, à la différence de la vue, un contact direct entre l'objet sensible et l'organe sensoriel, ce qui lui permet, pour reprendre un exemple cité par Philodème, de saisir 9000 atomes produits par un objet, alors que la vue n'en saisit que 1000. C'est la colonne 23. D'après les données fournies par la nouvelle reconstruction, il faut supposer que 3 colonnes, et non plus une seule, séparent cette partie sur les agencements des différents sens de la partie suivante, centrée sur la question des différents aspects de la sensation, c'est-à-dire antilepsis, catalepsis, epaesthesis, pathos et crisis, et du rapport qu'ils s'entretiennent entre eux. Examinons de plus près le contenu des colonnes. À la colonne 9, Philodème examine l'idée que la conscience d'une appréhension des qualités et celle d'une saisie des qualités sont distinctes de la conscience de l'acte même de cette appréhension et ou de cette saisie. Employant ainsi des termes à l'origine non épicuriens, mais tombés dans la koiné, pour rendre compte d'une différence non seulement terminologique, mais surtout conceptuelle, il prend soin de justifier cet usage terminologique. Philodème critique l'introduction de certains termes très techniques, donc tels que antilepsis, catalepsis, alors que le vocabulaire courant suffit à rendre compte du processus. Dans les colonnes suivantes, il reprend cette terminologie tout en prenant soin de préciser la position épicurienne qui attribue au sens l'appréhension simple d'un côté et la perception de cette appréhension de l'autre, et rappelle que dans le cadre de la doctrine épicurienne, il n'est pas nécessaire de supposer, comme le font ses adversaires, une catalepsis de la catalepsis. L'affection, pathos, rend compte de la conscience de la perception. Saisie des affections, plaisir ou douleur, et saisie des qualités se produisent en même temps par l'intermédiaire des organes sensoriels. Les affections sont immédiatement ressenties et ne résultent pas d'un assentiment, contrairement à ce que soutiennent les stoïciens. D'autre part, Philodème reprend le terme utilisé par Épicure et paisthesis pour doubler l'expression catalepseis héotone. C'est pourquoi lorsque nous disons que les qualités sont saisies par les affections, nous n'attribuons pas non plus de saisie propre aux affections elles-mêmes, mais bien aux organes des sens par l'intermédiaire des affections. Et lorsque nous disons que les affections sont des perceptions d'elles-mêmes et des saisies d'elles-mêmes, la MSI ici donne clairement catalepseis et non par catatereseis, comme je l'avais d'abord édité. Donc nous ne laissons pas non plus des perceptions, quand bien même nous dirions que les perceptions perçoivent. Cette reprise de l'expression tapate heoton catalepseiseinain permet de corroborer le nouvel agencement des colonnes du papyrus 698 et de mettre directement en rapport le contenu de la colonne 14b avec la colonne 12a et d'introduire un nouveau sujet de discussion, le rôle de l'organe sensoriel, qui sera développé dans les colonnes suivantes. La colonne 15b, bien que lacunaire, parle de sensations agréables. On pourrait penser, et j'avoue que c'était le cas quand j'avais édité le texte, que ces quelques lignes poursuivaient le raisonnement de la colonne 15a, où Philodème fait un rapprochement entre la perception de la sensation visuelle et la perception du plaisir, et où il exploite, dans la perspective particulière de la discussion relative au problème de la conscience de la sensation, le rapprochement qui remonte à Épicure lui-même entre l'acte de pure perception et l'affection. Cependant, on peut aussi envisager, et c'est ce que la largeur des spires m'a amené à faire, que la colonne 15b, qui énonce la position d'autres philosophes, Tinès et Fasson, se positionne sous la colonne 13a et annonce la mise au point que Philodème fait à la colonne 14a, qui éclaire la position épicurienne. À l'instant de la perception, le sujet se rend compte à la fois de la perception et de l'affection agréable qui l'accompagne. Par exemple, si on voit une belle statue de Phidias, on prend conscience de la statue et du fait qu'on voit la statue. Et en plus, on éprouve du plaisir. On peut dire que la vue de cette statue est agréable, mais ce plaisir n'est pas saisi par l'organe sensoriel. Il ne s'agit pas d'un contact physique, comme dans le cas où les atomes de l'objet entrent en contact avec les atomes de l'organe visuel. Il est juste concomitant de la perception. Il est juste concomitant à la perception par l'organe de la vue. Les deux colonnes suivantes, très lacunaires, ne permettent malheureusement pas de construire la suite du raisonnement. Dans la partie suivante, présentée lundi par Federico Corsi, l'auteur examine le lien entre la sensation et le temps, terme associé par ailleurs à la notion d'évidence. Philodème confronte la doctrine d'Épicure, qui n'admet pas que la sensation se souvienne, c'est-à-dire conserve des résidus de sensations passées, à celle d'Apollophane, qui, tout en refusant d'attribuer à juste titre la mémoire à la sensation est sensation de ce qui est présent, lui reconnaît quelque chose comme une faculté d'analogie. La mémoire qui rend présente une chose absente convoque des représentations sensorielles ou cognitives passées. Enfin, dans la partie finale, à partir de la colonne 20, après avoir examiné les mécanismes de la sensation, Philodème s'interroge sur les objets de la sensation, ce que l'on appelle communément les sensibles. Il consacre 7 colonnes à une discussion soulevée par Platon et reprise par Aristote, celle de la distinction entre sensible propre et sensible commun, forme et grandeur, en se concentrant sur la vue et le toucher, puis sur la vue et l'ouïe. Après avoir énuméré les caractéristiques des différents sens, Philodème poursuit l'examen méthodique en considérant les erreurs généralement commises à propos des sens. Les colonnes finales, à partir de la colonne 29b, se présentent comme un catalogue d'assertions fausses, rythmées par l'expression récurrente « kai rotan ». Une des principales erreurs, nous la retrouvons notamment pour la vue, l'olfaction et le goût, est d'accorder à une sensation une donnée sensible relevant d'une autre sensation. Pour prendre l'exemple de la vue, il s'agit de refuser à ce sens la possibilité de discerner la solidité d'un objet ou une mauvaise odeur à partir de la couleur de l'objet et toute autre conséquence d'une appréhension globale qui impliquerait la confrontation soit entre plusieurs données visuelles conservées en mémoire, soit entre les données sensorielles différentes. Philodème prend des exemples empruntés à la vue, à l'ouïe, à l'odorat, au goût et pour terminer au toucher, qui, au-delà de la simple sensation, implique de recourir à l'inférence. Donc voilà ce que nous pouvons tirer aujourd'hui d'un texte qui, bien qu'incomplet, nous présente une perspective autre que la lecture à laquelle nous a habitués la tradition manuscrite. Entre les moyens très succincts qu'un éditeur du XVIIIe siècle ou du XIXe siècle avait à sa disposition et les techniques qui sont mises en œuvre aujourd'hui, un grand chemin a été parcouru. Déjà, en l'espace d'une 50aine d'années, on est passé du microscope binoculaire à des photographies infrarouges permettant de mieux déchiffrer et grossir les lettres et de construire des maquettes virtuelles, d'abord manuellement, puis à l'aide de logiciels. Je ne doute pas que le développement de nouveaux logiciels et l'usage raisonné de l'intelligence artificielle nous permettront bientôt d'améliorer encore sensiblement la reconstruction des textes. Enfin, je me dois de dire que le logiciel Make-it, même s'il ne résout pas tous les problèmes, m'a tout naturellement fait remettre en question mon agencement des différents morceaux sur les sensations et a reconstitué la nécessité d'une nouvelle édition de ce texte. Je vous remercie.
Grazie mille a Nick per questa bella presentazione che tra l'altro ci mostra come la ricostruzione virtuale non è un'operazione appunto solo tecnica o meccanica, ma è preliminare all'edizione di un testo, in questo caso anche alla riedizione. E chiedo subito se c'è qualche domanda dal pubblico. Richard?
Merci Annick pour cette démonstration de l'utilité du nouveau logiciel. Je me demande au fragment 14A si tu peux revoir. Si on pourrait mettre dans la lacune le mot « alagas », c'est à la fin. Oui, voilà, à la ligne 11. Alagas, ginestai, epipater, tenai stessin. C'est peut-être plus facile, mais je ne comprends pas que veut dire le T auparavant. Ça serait un problème. Merci.
il reste encore beaucoup d'endroits qui sont susceptibles d'être améliorés. Je pense que, notamment au niveau des lacunes, on pourrait ajouter des choses, mais malheureusement, je sèche. Et j'attends vos suggestions.
Qualche altra domanda, osservazione? Forse allora ne approfitto solo per una brevissima curiosità, cioè ti volevo chiedere se Make It ti ha aiutato anche a riposizionare quei centinaia di sovrapposti e sottoposti che ci sono all'inizio dell'edizione del 96, o se
Sì.
qualche possibilità.
Non ho
Provato ancora.
Io aspetto proprio le ultime
versioni del software.
sì,
Vabbè.
Anche se ho fatto dei disegni che sono stati tutti perduti con l'inondazione, perché abbiamo avuto molta pioggia, e non sono riuscita da parte della mia edizione di ritrovare esattamente questi frammenti.
Le posizioni.
È un po' difficile.
Va bene, allora se non ci sono altre domande ringraziamo di nuovo Annick. E invitiamo il professore Richard Genko, che veramente non avrebbe bisogno di essere introdotto da me, Distinguished Professor di Classical Studies all'Università del Michigan, parte del gruppo dei Papyrology Advisors della Vesuvius Challenge, membro del Centro Internazionale per lo Studio dei Papiri Ercolanesi Marcello Gigante e uno dei massimi esperti di papiri ercolanesi tra tutti gli studiosi del mondo da ogni punto di vista, per l'ecdotica, per l'esegesi e soprattutto mi piace ricordare oggi proprio per la ricostruzione virtuale di cui è stato un pioniere insieme a Giuliana Leone e a Daniel Delattre. Ieri ricordavamo con Federica di quando appunto una decina d'anni fa usavamo proprio come pane quotidiano l'articolo How to Read and Reconstruct an Herculaneum Papyrus, che tuttora è insuperato, quindi siamo anche un po' emozionati oggi di ascoltarti invece proporre i risultati del tuo lavoro eseguito con Make It sul rotolo peraltro di provenienza non ercolanese, cioè sul papiro di Erbì. E quindi ti lascio subito la parola.
Grazie mille e grazie a tutti che hanno organizzato questo convegno magnifico. Si spera che si può sentirmi. Can you hear me at the back? Bene. Preferisco essere in piedi. Dunque, I'd like to give another demonstration of the value of the new technology maquette for reconstructing papyri and for exploring its application to other kinds of papyri than those that mostly come from Herculaneum. The Derveni papyrus was found in January 1962 near Thessaloniki in Greece in a funeral pyre. It's one of only 4 finds of papyri in Europe, the papyri from Daphne, Vergina and Calatis. I believe it was written in around 350 BCE. I believe it originally contained 66 columns of text, of which we have about 26. It was broken into 266 pieces, which were separated and flattened between glass panes by Anton Fackelmann in 1962 in the Archaeological Museum in Thessaloniki, where it has been ever since. It became a World Heritage Object since September 2015, which is of some importance because it means it can't be studied anymore. And this is an image of how it was found. There are good reasons to test Makit on reconstructing the Bavani papyrus. It's carbonized like the Herculaneum papyri. It would be valuable to make it easier to reuse to reconstruct other papyrus rolls, notably those in verse. Photoshop has become incredibly complex and difficult to use. I can testify to that because for 7 years I've been working with a team of undergraduates to build a model of the Derveni papyrus in Photoshop. And what we did in 7 years I was able to do in maquette in only 1 month. And there will also be Latin texts in verse among the new Herculaneum papyri, and like the Carmen de Bello Actiaco, and one hopes to have some of those to work on. So there are many reasons. The difference between the Daveni papyrus and the Herculaneum papyri that are in prose are that in the Daveni papyrus, the column-to-column widths are not fixed, whereas at Herculaneum, they are fixed, and that the right-hand margins are not justified, whereas generally at Herculaneum, the right-hand margins are justified. That is, they're straight, vertical. And at Daveni, the lines of text are as long as hexameter verses. And this is because the earliest texts were rolls of Homeric epic verse. And verse texts, of course, continued throughout antiquity and into the medieval period to be written in lines of variable length, whereas the Herculaneum prose texts are half as long as hexameters and are right justified. And this is because prose texts were written in that way from the time of the Hebei papyri, that is from around 270 BCE, after the time of the Daveni papyrus. And of course the verse texts from Herculaneum are still written in that way. The Daveni papyrus is highly significant, probably the most important discovery of a papyrus since the Renaissance. And its text, I believe, was written in Athens in the lifetime of Socrates after about 430 BCE. It's the most major evidence for the sophistic Enlightenment and a religious reaction against it in the time of Socrates. It's the earliest proof of monotheism in Greek thought after the fragments of Xenophanes, and it demonstrates the involvement of followers of the scientist, the greatest scientist of antiquity, Anaxagoras, in monotheist ideas. It helps to explain the accusations against Socrates that he was a follower of Anaxagoras, and I think he was a follower of Anaxagoras in his youth. And in this papyrus, a follower of Anaxagoras aims to show that the latest physics can explain traditional religious rites and texts, which is a pretty extraordinary thing to do. So the content of the papyrus, from column 47 onwards, the Daveni author is interpreting a religious poem. He ascribes that religious poem to the mythical poet Orpheus. I think it was actually written by Pythagoras. And this poem was used to initiate people into the Orphic mysteries of Dionysus. The mysteries, the very same mysteries that are seen in the fresco of the Villa of the Mysteries at Pompeii. Only once, in column 60, does the author interrupt his interpretation of this poem. And he he turns aside to blame the priests who run the mysteries for not interpreting them properly for the people who undergo them, and professes to do a much better job himself. The columns before column 47 have seemed utterly obscure. That's partly a fact of their preservation, but it's also because they don't interpret the poem of Orpheus, even though David Sedley wants them to. They include no quotations of it, and column 47 seems to explain the poem's first verse, so I don't think it's on that before. Instead, these columns discuss a bewildering range of topics: oracles, sacrifices, daimons, souls, the Erinyes or Furies, who are seen here in on the right of the fresco from the Villa of the Mysteries, She's definitely a fury. I can parallel her attire on 4th century BC vases, and I believe this is a copy of a 4th century BC fresco painting. The opening columns also quote the philosopher Heraclitus, who says that the sun keeps to its place in the cosmos, and if it doesn't, the Erinyes, the helpers of justice, will find it out. An extraordinary passage. How does all this relate to the rest of the text? And what does it show us about the project, the complete project of the Derveni author? The way that the Derveni papyrus has been reconstructed has been largely from photographs, because the individual fragments are actually arranged in the frames in descending order of size, and not anything to do with sense. The original infrared photographs were taken by Kyriakos Stavroglou before they were framed between glass. And the earliest scholars working on this, Kapsomenos and Parasoglou, worked with montages glued onto paper, which are in the Archivio of the Archaeological Museum in Thessaloniki. You see an example here. In 1978, the glass appears to have been reopened. New infrared photographs by Makis Skiadoresis were made, and then the glass was closed again, and unfortunately allowed somewhat to fall on the fragments, which led to material damage. But montages of these new photographs by Skiadoresis were used by Parasoglou and his successor Kyriakos Tsantsanoglou to continue to try to reconstruct the papyrus. And it's these images that were used for the so-called KPT edition of 2006, and you see one of them on the screen. As in all carbonized papyri, the roll consists of two parts, sezioni, two halves. And each half is made from pieces of from a different glass frame, and they have different shapes, which keep repeating. So you can see in this case we have a sezione A, followed by a sezione B, followed by a sezione A, followed by a sezione B, and they come from different glass frames. The A frame next to the D frame, next to the A frame, next to the D frame, and so on. And when you look at this in cross-section, you have the A sezione, which consists of pieces from frames D, E, and F, and the B sezione, which consists of pieces from frames B, C, and G. Pieces in the other frames can come from either side. It's interesting that the B sezione is persistently wider. It's 55.6% of the circumference, whereas the A sezione is only 44.4% of the circumference. And then one can transfer this into the number of degrees in the circle. When the whole papyrus was finally published, it was possible to understand that the reconstruction was wrong, because it didn't follow the alternation, the correct alternation of series. In this instance, for example, you've got G fragments on either side of what should be an F fragment, but the editors put a G fragment in that position. It has to come from the same side of the roll as the other G fragments, so the reconstruction is impossible. It was clear that it was wrong, but the question became how to make it right. And this led to very different reconstructions with divergent readings of the fragments and different arrangements of them, by Franco Ferrari, by Valeria Piano, who spoke to us earlier today, and by myself. And Valeria and I both published reconstructions of the beginning in Glenn Most's very useful volume, Studies on the Devaney Papyrus II, which came out from Oxford University Press in 2022. And you can see that the arrangements are very different, but they do comprise the same subunits that are being arranged in different contexts. And the differences were caused by several factors. One thing was the advent of new methods of microphotography, and these led to better textual readings. I implemented that method in 2016, well, before, but that's when it was published, and Valeria also got microphotographs from the papyrus under more difficult circumstances and has used them as well. We also used different measurements, made different supplements, and had different tolerances of risk. Risk being the risk of making a mistake. And as people are aware, and I am to my chagrin, my level of risk tolerance is extremely high. So I'm often proved wrong. And we also had different principles of reconstruction. I actually think that the different sources of measurement didn't make much difference at all to our results. Valeria used the sizes of the fragments from the plates in KPT, and they seem to have done a very careful job in making all the fragments the right size. I had a horrible time getting the sizes of the fragments right because there were no scales on the original on the original images, the old photographs, but the infrared or near-infrared images from BYU do have scales, and I use those, but I don't think it made any difference. I'd like to thank Roger Macfarlane for access to those images. I started out by reconstructing the last 20 columns of the papyrus, and I thought it was important to do that, even though I'd already done it with Photoshop, to see how maquette behaved. And in the course of making that reconstruction, I was able to find that I had miscalculated the circumferences at various points. And I fixed that. I didn't think it would be important for the beginning, but somehow it did. It changed the overall measurements and made the circumferences at the beginning considerably shorter than they had been. So this is the maquette model of column 47. That is the first column that talks about the poem of Orpheus. And I came up with very much the same results as Valeria did, except that she proved absolutely right in her placing of the sovraposto over there, sottoposto 5b, where she said that it's indeed got to go right next to the extant piece, what is that, 3b, and it meant that the supplement was wrong. It had been diephtharto, proposed by Obink, meaning he had made his poetry was corrupted, but instead we should read esphalto. He was mistaken in his poetry. Orpheus was mistaken with a verb that occurs in Hesychius and also in Thucydides, so it's a perfectly good form, esphalto. And you can see that the circumferences match pretty well between the sottoposto and sovraposto 3a and 3b also. So that part was good, and everybody's happy with the reconstruction back to there. There's not much disagreement, nor indeed in columns 45 and 46, the old 5 and 6, except that I was getting narrower circumferences than Valeria's reconstruction had given her. So, as you can see, they're a bit shorter. I mean, just a matter of 3 millimeters, but it's incredible what a difference 3 millimeters makes when you're dealing with such a small artifact. Here we have 44 and 45, and the criteria for reconstructing the roll before column 44 was slightly different. Valeria laid out her criteria extremely clearly, that she thought that the circumferences had to be more than 95. I have them more than 93 millimeters. That the increase should be 2 to 3 millimeters. I'm not sure how much the increase should be. And also, I have a greater tolerance of variation in the widths of collimator. In the widths of columns, we agree. We adhere to the alternation between F and G fragments, and we respect for the outlines also of the F and G fragments. But Valeria said she wanted to balance the distribution of fragments, meaning apparently that things that seem to belong in the same column don't necessarily have to be put there, and I agree with that, but if they can be put there, maybe it's a good thing to try it. And also, one other major difference is the application of Occam's razor. Entia non sunt multiplicanda praeter necessitatem. Entities must not be multiplied unnecessarily. And the consequence of this is that you need to keep the number of columns and circumferences to the minimum. And I've tried to do that ferociously. Now, as in the rest of the papyrus, these columns consist of 2 parts, but the G sezione has fractured, the B sezione has fractured into 2 parts. You have smaller G fragments, which Valeria usefully labelled little g, and you have larger G fragments, which she labelled big G. Those, again, fractured in this ratio of 4/9 and 5/9. I don't know why it's the same as the main fracture. That must be something to do with the physics of the roll as it burned up. But it was burning up, and that's a difference too with the Herculaneum papyri, because those were not burned on the outside. The papyrus didn't physically disappear, as it has in this papyrus, where the pieces are getting smaller and smaller as you go outwards. So the reconstruction is very difficult because these layers are no longer continuous. Material is now lost between the A and the B sezioni, and I calculate that 12% of the circumference is lost on each side, 43 degrees. But the most important thing is that the fracture between little g and big G is the most stable point in the roll. I conjecture that the A sezione was the part where the oxygen was coming in, and the fire was burning into the 2 portions between those 2 breaks, whereas it was not coming in on the G side. And that's the most stable point. So it meant that one needed to measure from that point. And that was a new insight I got out of maquette, because I found that it was very difficult to adjust the widths of the circumferences, and so I had to build a separate model for the beginning of the roll, and I started measuring my circumferences from the transition between 1G, the little g, and the big G fragment. And it turned out that the widths of the successive circumferences are considerably less than Valeria's method had produced. And it gave me some new column widths, and it also gave me some widths of the collimator. And this then revealed what had happened in the opening columns. Here is the measurement of column 43, and it was confirmed, the circumference was confirmed by the presence of a sottoposto, G5A to G5B, 94.8 millimeters. And the width that I got of the column was virtually the same. Valeria had objected to my old reconstruction of column 43, that there was I had allowed too little space between that fragment on the right and fragment 5B, and also that G9 didn't fit. And I think she was absolutely right on both points. G9 doesn't fit, and you have to widen that gap. It is possible to do it. I had put hoide in that gap there, but in fact it's heteroide, not the demons, but other demons. And I'm afraid I have to lose part of my text where fragment G9b is. However, if one then works backwards from that point, I allow one column, column 42, where we have very little of it, and the F fragments are lost or are not yet placed. But then I did have what I had called an ensemble, a group of fragments that I had put together starting in 2008, where I did seem to have new coherent sense. And with the maquette model, I was able to verify that that seems to be right. The statistics of this reconstruction are given here. I have the circumferences going from 103 millimeters down to 94, and then I have the collimator at around 122, 132, which is a bit shorter than the minimum that's recorded in the papyrus, but not drastically so. And the column widths also are within that range. So it does seem to hang together, and I did get some coherent sense from this. A very, very strange text, which still needs more thought. For people bring an abundance of suitable offerings before the prayers, for by allocating each person to a portion, the priests do something or other prayer. Hence, he proposed, like a natural scientist, that a seer produces an oracle in accord with the things that are signified by prayers. When, before the rites, they ignite and burn cakes, the oracle that is revealed from prayer by means of such cakes makes a decision for them on account of the fire. But such things are clearly signs of rain. For and then he says, the other offerings that they bring are all signs for humans. And this seems to be a claim that somebody, maybe Heraclitus, claimed that the prophets, the seers, are able to predict, make apparent predictions on the basis of how the cakes burn, and they associate each portion with a person, and that person offers up a particular prayer, and then the seer can interpret what the person wants. And, it's a rationalizing interpretation of these offerings. So we do get coherent sense from this passage, even though it may not seem terribly easy to you. And I do think that maquette has helped me to envisage this, to visualize that part of the papyrus, and to make it work a bit better. There's obviously still a huge amount to do on it. Thank you.
Grazie mille Richard Genco per questa presentazione bellissima. Abbiamo poco tempo, quindi chiedo subito se ci sono domande dal pubblico. Holger Essler e Michael Shaw.
Sono un po' surdo.
One fragment you mentioned that you had to take out G9. Did you find through maquette or with other means a better location for it, or is it still unplaced?
I didn't manage to do anything new with maquette. I just managed to get rid of something that was wrong.
Michael Shaw, ho visto una mano alzata.
Thank you so much, Richard. On the pre-Socratic background of this papyrus, there is no doubt, I think. But you mentioned at the beginning of your speech Pythagoras. Do you think that Pythagoras could be a candidate as the author of the commented text? Do you think so? Have I right understood?
I think it would be quite a long discussion to get into.
Ce l'ha.
I remember.
Ce l'ha, ce l'ha. Ah, lui.
The first signs of Orphism and the Orphic cult come about in the late 6th century, and it's already spread to all the Crimea by early in the 5th century. And I believe also that Heraclitus can be shown to have known Orphic cult and to be mocking it. So I do think that, yes.
Thank you.
C'era Michael Shaw, giusto? Sì.
Oh, I finished, but I suppose I should repeat what I said. Is that right?
Thank you. So I want to ask initially about Anaxagoras and his relationship to the text. What is the evidence that the author is Anaxagorean? And I would also suggest, given that case, have you thought about the relevance of Anaxagoras' conception of the sun and Heraclitus' conception of the sun, and that if it is an Anaxagorean conception, we would have a criticism of Heraclitus' view of the sun as the width of a human foot?
There are 2 essays on this topic in most volume, and I would refer you to them by myself and by Valeria, and you'll see it's a big topic. The volume of most didn't get much publicity. It wasn't reviewed in the BMCR for some reason, and so a lot of people don't know about it, but I think it's the place to go. We have testimonia that followers of Anaxagoras did do allegorical interpretation of Orphic verses, and so it's a fragment of Orion talking about the Anaxagoreioi, and this person is definitely following an Anaxagorean principle of a molecular universe. So he's definitely a follower. There are people who think that the papyrus is by Archelaus, the follower of Anaxagoras, who is associated with Socrates by Ion of Chios, who is a contemporary witness earlier than Plato. I have another theory about who the author was, and you can read about that in my volume.
Thank you.
Altre domande? Other questions? No? E allora, prima di ringraziare di nuovo il professore Ricciargenco e chiudere, vi ricordo che il nostro convegno continua domani mattina alle 9:30 con la press conference alla Biblioteca Nazionale di Napoli. Grazie a tutti e grazie ancora al professore.
Scusatemi, soltanto una piccola aggiunta per domani mattina. Alle 9:30 l'ingresso in biblioteca. Per agevolare l'ingresso ci sarà qualcuno di noi con una lista con i nomi delle persone prenotate per il press event della mattina.